Oh, we're live. I lost track of my timer. Hello. I'm just sitting here typing away. I had the timer on the left side of on my monitor there was not synced with the one on my top monitor. And the one on the left monitor was the real one, and the one on the top monitor was behind. So I'm like, I'm just sitting here typing, reading, looking. Anyway, hello, good evening. We're here. We got two tornado warnings already live on the maps. We're gonna jump right into things. But for those who are unaware, let me just very quickly drag in um, uh, the outlook for today, as we've got this kind of obnoxious looking, like it almost looks like we have an upper level trough on the map. Let me go ahead and um, jump right into it here. We got this upper level trough looking thing on the map in our categorical outlook, literally shaped like a trough. But yeah, so we got a handful of regions of concern here today. We're going to be worried about some tornadoes and definitely a hail risk out in the plains as well. We've already got a couple of tornado warnings that have been going on this early this evening here. And this one is still live. So this is in Alabama for DeKalb and Jackson counties. We're just east of Huntsville here. Here's Huntsville. And I, once again, have decided to forget to open my Epic Pen thing. There we go. My super awesome pen. There we go. There it is. Okay, here's Huntsville. Bang. There's Huntsville. And here's our tornado warning right now off in the northeasternmost county of Alabama. So this is for DeKalb and Jackson counties. We also have another tornado up in Wyoming. It is in a little bit of a radar hole, but here's what we're looking at here in northeastern Alabama right now. We're just about to cross into Georgia and getting near Chattanooga, where my good friend Gracie Fuller is a meteorologist out there in Chattanooga. She is probably at the studio covering this. I didn't think about that, to be honest with you. They have just been issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So this one's going to be tagged for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As well as that's it. Yeah, not really a hail risk with this one, and that makes sense. Also, a secondary area of rotation. So this is probably tornado possible tagged. It in fact is tornado possible tag. So, whoa, don't do that. So we could have another tornadic thunderstorm moving directly towards Chattanooga, which is really concerning. That's obviously a very densely populated area. There it is. So that's not what we want. But again, we have two areas of rotation here right now. One just north of the Tennessee border, headed towards Chattanooga. That's going to be right here. And our other one is just east of Huntsville, crossing into Georgia as we speak. Might already be in Georgia at this very moment. So two areas of rotation, one tornado warning there. Let's go take a look at what's going on in Wyoming. I still can't believe I lost track of my timer there. That was funny. Actually, it looks like they've just lifted this tornado warning that was in Wyoming. It was on this cell up here near right, which had a little bit of rotation going. So the tornado warning in Wyoming has been lifted, but we have other cells, supercells that are firing off right here. I mean, you can see one near Van Tassel here, south of Lusk, which is an interesting town if you've ever been to Lusk, a very interesting town. We did just get another tornado warning. That's an extension of the one we had before. This is going to be out here in Georgia. As I make sure I can actually hear things tonight. There we go. We got another tornado warning. This is going to be for Trenton, Cooper Heights, Rock Spring, and Chickamauga, headed out into northwestern Georgia here. So this is going to be for Catoosa, Dade, and Walker counties in northwest Georgia. Again, this is a continuation of this couplet that we've been watching for a little bit here now. Before I went live, I was sitting here watching it as well as I got some things set up. Yeah, we are jumping right into the fire off the bat here tonight, which is good. I hope everyone's doing okay, and I hope everyone is staying safe out there. But we can go back in time a little bit and look. We did have a confirmed tornado here not terribly long ago. This was what 50 minutes ago or so. So this one was near Newmarket. Of course, that is not current. That was before we got to the Huntsville region. Or excuse me, that is not before we got to the Huntsville region. We were, what am I talking about? That was not in the Huntsville region. Regardless, that kind of recycled. Now we've got another one going down here, which should be moving right over Trenton right now. So we are going to continue to monitor this one very closely. And again, this guy up here is starting to get ready to go towards Chattanooga. It looks like this couplet might be trying to recycle a little bit and get itself going just near New Hope, south of Jasper, and south of Victoria. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely as well. Here's a little bit of a better picture of that couplet. So it's a little bit broad right now. But we're watching this one headed right towards the general vicinity of Chattanooga, which could be very problematic. So we're going to watch this one super closely. It's a very populated area that this is headed towards. From New Hope, Tennessee, towards Chattanooga. Seeing a message in the chat asking to take a quick look at New Jersey. Why not? We'll look at New Jersey. New Jersey has got some strong thunderstorms heading its way, coming through the Philly area right now, just on the other side of the border in Pennsylvania. We can take a look at our velocities here, and you can see some of these winds are looking pretty quick here. So definitely going to get slammed with some winds. Possibly a very broad area of rotation near Auburn and Swedesboro. So that's one we'll want to watch as well. Actually, no, that's not an area of rotation, I don't believe. It could be in theory. I'm not a believer in that at all, because we kind of have two cells merging here, which is more of what's happening. You have an outflow and an inflow from two separate storms. Not really an area of rotation, but we did just have a flash flood warning pop up out here. This is just on the Pennsylvania side of the border. So that's going to be for Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Again, these are really densely populated areas up here in the northeast that some of these storms are getting into. A quick zoom out around the map. You can see in the Virginias and into Maryland, we've got some storm action going on as well. Lots of strong thunderstorms with pretty strong winds here. This is probably tagged for 60 or 70 mile per hour winds. It's tagged for 60 right now. It could definitely get towards the 70 mile per hour range here. And it's also possible that we could easily see that S shape that I always talk about form somewhere like this near Stafford, and that could easily bring us the risk for a spin-up tornado, as the atmosphere is decently favorable for that in these regions. So right near Aquia Harbor, and near Quantico. So this is right at the Virginia and Maryland border here. And these storms are eventually going to make their way into Delaware as well. And yeah, we're definitely watching pretty closely out here in New Jersey, where there's definitely a risk for any of these cells to become tornadic, as we do have some inflow developing right here near Palmyra. Possibly. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, so we have very, very broad rotation out here near Palmyra. Yeah. So it's there. Very, very broad. Very, very broad. Not super concerning, not needing a tornado warning yet, but maybe in a scan or two if it tightens up. Or, I mean, I don't know what the National Weather Service, the forecasting offices up here in the New Jersey and Philadelphia and Pennsylvania areas tend to, I don't know how they tend to operate. If they tend to be more aggressive with tornado warnings, we could see one come out here. Definitely have some heavy precipitation and strong winds at the very least, pushing through pretty much all of Jersey, or at least all of the central portion of Jersey. We did just get a new tornado warning out in West Virginia for Marion and Monongalia counties. Interesting. As this one definitely has some rotation going on here. Storm relative, you can see this is right near Fairmont. So pretty populated area here, Fairmont and Pleasant Valley. But it's headed off into a not as populated area, which is good. Hopefully it doesn't put down a tornado right this second. But a quick zoom out for where we're at. We are in northern West Virginia here, just south of Morgantown. Yeah, just north of Palmyra, we definitely have some tighter rotation here. This is on one of our terminal radars. So this is at low levels. This is not very strong rotation, but it is tight. So that's definitely a cell we're going to watch very closely here. And yeah, this is, again, we're looking pretty low in the atmosphere here, even from our larger airport radar, where we're less than 2,000 feet still. And you can see that rotation is very prevalent here. This one might need a tornado warning in the next few minutes. We're going to watch that one pretty closely. Looking back into our Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, tri-state region storm, the one headed towards Chattanooga is possibly falling apart rotationally, which is a good thing. If that rotation does continue, it's going to end up behind the main line of thunderstorms here. So it's going to end up in this region right behind the main line, which would make it a rain-wrapped event if we got a tornado right there, which would be the opposite of good. What is that word? Oh, yes, bad. That would be bad. That is not what we want. Headed right towards Chattanooga right now. Again, we still have a tornado warning for Trenton, although this does look not quite as impressive. Give me a second. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of falling apart here near Trenton, but we're going to continue to watch this one pretty closely. It could easily recycle and get itself going. Regardless, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning headed towards Chattanooga, whether or not it becomes tornadic. And very, very strong winds headed towards areas like Dalton, Rock Spring, and Lafayette in Georgia, northwestern Georgia as well. Just to show very quickly here where our Storm Prediction Center's outlook is in this region, we have this slight area that you're seeing in yellow that I'm kind of drawing around here. That goes all the way from the southeast here up into the mid-Atlantic. So we're definitely watching this area for one of our risk zones for tornadoes over the next few hours. Then we're also going to be watching back towards Wyoming, where you can see our other region is, covering eastern Colorado, the Nebraska Panhandle, the Badlands, and eastern Wyoming, the Badlands of South Dakota, that is. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now up here for our former tornado warned cell. From the Cheyenne radar, you can see that rotation is still there. It's just not super tight, but it's still there, and this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It's tagged for what is this, golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we got to watch that one pretty closely as well. Things are going to get really chaotic, so you're going to have to bear with me because we have multiple regions of concern on the map. So we're going to be jumping around from the plains to the southeast to the mid-Atlantic, maybe even to the northeast. It's going to be a hectic evening here in our coverage. So hang in with me and we'll figure it out. We'll see what's what. We do have a considerable flash flood warning in Ohio I want to take a look at. This is going to be for Belmont, Guernsey, Monroe, Noble, and Washington counties. And also Brooke, Marshall, and Ohio counties in Ohio. Man, this thing covers a lot of counties. This is a considerable flash flood warning where there's been a lot of precipitation in this area. Let's go ahead and check in on our West Virginia tornado warning here. As this one does actually look to be tightening up even more than it was earlier. So definitely one we're going to watch closely here. It's pretty far from the radar. We're looking 6,000 feet in the air. So not anything like, super crazy high, but it's not all that close to the radar. I'm also going to go ahead and check in on Jersey storm. Can look at this terminal radar again. Why not? Okay, it looks like that rotation has fallen apart here. Now, it's possible that we had a really brief spin-up tornado. Whoops. Near Riverton and Palmyra. I'm not seeing any kind of a CC drop that would indicate that. I don't believe anyway. Take a look at it. Yeah, probably not. I mean, maybe the slightest of like branches getting tossed up right there, but that's not really a tornado debris signature that you could confirm by any stretch. You need to be getting those blues in there. Getting the oranges and yellows is not good enough to confirm a tornado. But it's possible. It is definitely not outside the realm of possibility. Not all debris will show up on radar. We do have multiple areas where we could get this S shape that I talk about here in central New Jersey, where if you get that S shape, any kind of notching along this line where you have winds going in opposing directions. So we're looking at inflow here and outflow here. So if we can get any kind of a little notch in there, well, that's not Something like that. If we can get any kind of, I'll draw better. If we can get any kind of a notch that looks something like this in that line where you can see this line currently is right there. If we can get any kind of a notch, my art skills suck. That is where our areas for very, very quickly developing brief spin up tornadoes would be. Those wouldn't be very strong, most likely, but they can still deal some good damage. So, and by, I should say significant, not good damage, but. Let's go ahead and check in on our storm down in Georgia. The Devils mid-fiddle battle right now down here in Georgia. We're near Chattanooga. This thing, it looks like some of its inflow was at least partially cut off. It's becoming more outflow dominant, it appears. And so that would be good, as it would limit the tornado risk here, but it would also be bad in the sense that the straight line winds are just going to increase right as they smash into Chattanooga here. This storm is probably like entering Chattanooga right this very second. So if you're in Chattanooga, you need to be inside. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm. The language they use is an extremely dangerous situation, as you can see here, highlighted in blue there. But this is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm as well. So you could get a spin up tornado in that area of rotation I mentioned. 80 mile per hour wind gusts estimated as the max. Down here near Trenton, our warning is still continuing to not look like really anything. They're probably going to let this one expire naturally because it could easily recycle. I doubt they're going to lift it right away here. Maybe they will. We'll see. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on near Nebraska as well, as we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning riding along an outflow boundary. So when you have storms that ride along these types of outflow boundaries, you can get a lot of weird interactions, and very, very quickly you can run into tornado genesis with these. As this one might be trying to establish inflow and get its act together. This is a pair, excuse me, this is a pair of supercells down here. Neither of them are really doing anything crazy right now, but we'll continue to watch them closely. We have another little supercell out here near Pueblo, Colorado. This one's probably going to be tagged tornado possible soon, if it isn't already. Yeah, it's not yet. This considerable tag out ahead of it may be. Nope, not tornado possible tag. There's very, very broad rotation that's developing ahead of this one. They've actually lifted, and it's also riding along an outflow boundary here. So there's lots of outflow boundaries evidently set up around the map here. Hearing that the second half of the World Cup game in Philly is under a weather delay, and the stadium's instructing people to seek shelter. And they're saying the earliest that the match would resume is 45 minutes from now, which makes a lot of sense. We'll go ahead and jump back over. Nope, not North Carolina. We'll go back to Jersey. And we'll take a look at it. So here's Philly, just on the Pennsylvania side of the border. They're almost out of the woods with this thunderstorm that's immediately in their area, but there's a second one just to the west that is kind of headed out that direction. I'll go ahead and grab some more frames. We'll take a longer look at this one really quick. All right. As we go back in time, we did have this tornado warning near Philadelphia earlier this evening. And this one had some broad, weaker rotation. If we could go back even a little further, see if we can pull a couple more frames further back. This one had stronger rotation earlier. It's one of the ones I was looking at briefly while we were trying to go live earlier, trying to get things set up. But anyway, these storms kind of developed, slammed right into the Philly area. They're still kind of developing here. Looking at our terminal radar, we can see, I'm not seeing any kind of low-level rotation that's exactly screaming out to me anywhere on the map, so that's a good sign. But this supercell down here to the south of Philly looks like it might try to get its act together. So we're going to watch this one pretty closely here. The terminal radar is not picking up anything at the lowest levels, but at the mid levels here near Swedesboro, this guy might be trying to get its act together. Looks like it's trying to establish some inflow down there near Mullica Hill or Jefferson. And also a little bit of a hail core starting to develop out there. We could take a look at it. I'm probably not going to be able to get a good volumetric scan on it. Okay, I can. It's there. Yeah, you can see it. I'll make it a little larger. There she is. You can see that hail core. It's there. It's not super impressive, but it is there. Our tornado warning out in Walker, or excuse me, Cartusa, yeah, Cartusa, Dade, and Walker counties in Georgia has just been updated. As that one is most certainly recycling right here near Chickamauga, and it looks like it's trying to get itself going again. Absolutely is recycling. Our tornado risk near Chattanooga is also starting to recycle a little bit. I'm not really super concerned about it yet, but if this trend continues, by the time it gets into the suburb areas like maybe Shepherd or Collegedale or Ultewa, when it gets towards those areas, it could recycle by then and become tornadic. And it could still get tornadic here in just a scan from now near downtown Chattanooga. It's possible. But yeah, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning either way that's got 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with it. So it's one you got to take very seriously. And we are down to just Cartusa or just Catoosa. There's no R in there. Catoosa and Walker counties in Georgia that are under tornado warnings. We did just get a tornado warning pop up in Maryland here. So this is the one I was just talking about, I think. No, it's not. I was completely lying. This is not the one that I was just talking about. This is a completely separate storm down here going into Maryland. As this one has most certainly got a little bit of that S shape and notching going on in the velocity scans. A lot of just a big kind of drier area where there aren't really any major targets being hit by the radar. So this tornado would probably, if we got one, it would be slightly less rain wrapped than you might see in other scenarios around here. But yeah, that rotation's definitely there. It's not super strong, but this one's headed into Charles County, Maryland. That is what this warning polygon is for. Looking back up into Jersey, we still have quite the wind bomb situation going on here. Just a big old bag of winds, especially coming through Crosswicks right now. Groveville, Yardville, even Whitehorse and Mercerville. Oh my. As some broad rotation is actually developing right here near Mercerville and Whitehorse. So it appears anyway. Yeah. We've definitely got a little area of rotation developing here. It's very broad near Mercerville, Trenton, and Whitehorse. Jumping back to West Virginia, out here near Fairmont. Again, this is for Marion and Monongalia counties. If I can get my storm relative, please. Thank you. This rotation has definitely, it looks like it tightened up briefly right here on this frame. And then it's definitely a little bit more broad on the most recent scan. So this warning, again, is for Marion and Monongalia counties in northern West Virginia, just east of Fairmont. It's not looking super promising in terms of putting down a tornado, which is good, but it easily could. So if you're in that polygon, you got to make sure that you're taking it seriously, get into some sort of a storm shelter. Let's take a look at the terminal radar out here where this tornado warning is. Ooh, okay. When you look at the terminal radar out here, you can definitely see that rotation near Marbury and Pisgah is there. It's most certainly there. There's multiple terminal radars over here. Strange. It's actually been there for quite some time, that rotation. It's tightened up a little bit. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so this is one we're going to watch closely as well. So again, we have 3 tornado warnings on the map. In Georgia, we have Catoosa and Walker counties under a tornado warning. We also have Charles County in Maryland under a tornado warning. That's on your screen right now. And then we have Marion and Monongalia County in West Virginia, northern West Virginia. Both those tornado warning polygons are on your screen. We had a considerable thunderstorm warning for Logan County, Colorado, just get put in place. So this one's actually got quite the bit of rotation here. This is kind of in a radar hole. So we're looking at kind of the mid upper ish levels, mid levels. We're looking too high in the atmosphere to get an idea of whether or not this thing is trying to put down a tornado right now, but the rotation is there. At least at the mid levels, I should say, the rotation is very much there. This might be tagged tornado possible. It is. So this one's tagged for 2-inch hail, tornado possible, and not really a wind producer. Which, yeah, I don't know. Hard to gauge. But we have a pair of supercells up here in northern Colorado, northeastern Colorado, I should say, that could become tornadic really at any point. So we're going to watch those ones pretty closely as well. North of Cheyenne, we still have this this cell up here just to the southeast of Lusk, which is definitely rotating pretty good now. And this one was tornado warned a while ago. This rotation is most certainly tightening up. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely here. They may go ahead and tornado warn this one soon. It is tagged for golf ball sized hail as well. Let's take a look at this hail core. We're looking at things a little bit elevated. You can see the bottom half of the storm is cut off. You can see the top of those hail cores there stretching pretty high into the air. Where am I? Okay, we're just in a bot. There we go. You can see these this hail core is getting up to around 30,000 feet. So hail getting lofted pretty high out there. Oh my, I gotta stop doing that. Okay, looking back to our Georgia tornado warning. Nope, let's not place my marker there. Looks like our rotation near Chickamauga is still there. And it's tightening up just a tiny bit. So we're going to keep watching this one very closely as well. That warning should definitely be maintained for now. Our rotation out near Chattanooga is recycling. It's still very broad, but this one looks like it wants to try and get itself going here as well. Oh, what have I done? Well, that's sort of accurate, I guess. Okay, so we're watching that one closely as well. Out in Maryland for Charles County, near Pisgah, excuse me. Still there. Let's look at these terminal radars since they are so close. Yeah, this one is starting to tighten up. You can literally see it happening in real time here. As you're going to see from the left to right on your screen, you're going to see things kind of shift and become horizontally aligned almost. And now you have these brighter areas that have formed where you have your faster wind speeds and they're beginning to tighten up just west of Port Tobacco Village, excuse me. So this one's trying to tighten up right now. And this is at the lowest levels here. We're looking at 500, 600 feet about. So we got to watch that one pretty closely as well. Jumping back over to Jersey, we still have all these severe thunderstorms pushing through areas like Willingboro, Burlington, all the way up this line towards Allentown, where we actually have some rotation starting to form here, possibly. Near Allentown. Looks like things are trying to establish some inflow near Allentown. So we got to watch that one very closely for a possible tornado near Crosswicks, Allentown, Imlaystown, Cream Ridge, towards Clarksburg. I mean, this is a very populated, Jersey's very populated, so very, very populated area. Just a little further south from our terminal radar, and this is near the greater Philly area. I'm not seeing any kind of rotation that's jumping out at me. Mid-level rotation is sort of there. I don't know. It's not jumping out at me here. South of Philly is what I'm looking at right now. It looks like it might be trying to establish some inflow near Richwood. We looked at that one a little bit ago as well. We just got another tornado warning out in Colorado. This is for Crowley, El Paso, and Pueblo. Okay, so this is the one we were looking at a minute ago. That's, what? Oh, we're too close? Question mark to the, what's going on here? Pueblo, what have you done? Okay, there's a storm right over Pueblo, and we can't see it because it's right over the Pueblo radar. I see what's going on. Or is there's just something. Okay, I think actually the Pueblo radar just hasn't updated in a while. Yeah, okay, that's what the issue is. The Pueblo radar is actually, I believe it's gone down. We haven't gotten an update from it in almost 10 minutes. So we're looking at this storm from pretty far away from the Denver radar. The rotation's definitely there, pretty much right over Pueblo. So this is definitely a very concerning one as well. We are looking at 8,000 to 9,000 feet in the air here, but we have a concerning tornado warning near Pueblo right now, Colorado. So this is for Crowley, El Paso, and Pueblo counties, Colorado. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the Pueblo radar, but I believe it's down, at least for the time being. But you can see Pueblo just southwest. The main Pueblo town area is southwest of our storm here. But this is a discrete supercell, and it's headed right towards the interstate, where you've got a variety of small towns and cities: Avondale, Boone, Fowler, Olney Springs, Manzanola, Crowley, Ordway, Sugar City, Rocky Ford. Some awesome town names down there. You all have a possible tornado with a supercell coming your way. So definitely make sure that you are paying close attention to that one if you're in those areas. Back to northeastern Colorado, things are still trying to get going with this pair of supercells up here. The rotation looks a little more broad near Sterling, which is good. But again, we're still looking at the mid-levels here. We're kind of in a radar hole. We're looking at 8,500 feet in the air nearly in northeastern Colorado. Back to Georgia, our Trenton cell near Chickamauga that we were looking at earlier. Thankfully, it looks like this one is falling apart yet again. Actually, nope, it's not exactly falling apart. It's still there. So they may actually go ahead and extend this tornado warning within a minute or two here. So our area of concern is now just east of Chickamauga, and it's headed out towards Tunnel Hill, Warring, south of Ringgold. Here's Ringgold. Yeah, this guy is headed right, basically due east. So it'll pass probably just north of Dalton, which is good, as we don't want it to hit any populated areas. Excuse me. I got the burps today, I guess. Okay, let's jump back up to Charles County, Maryland, where we've had a tornado warning for a little bit now. As this one actually looks to be okay. Well, they just gone ahead and gotten rid of the warning. Interesting. Let's see what the terminal radars look like, because I almost feel like this thing just got better. I don't understand why they got rid of the warning. It definitely just tightened up, no? Yeah, it's okay. Interesting. The tornado warning has been lifted for Charles County, Maryland, but I'm more concerned about this cell now than I was a few minutes ago. So this one is interesting. Out here in Maryland, near La Plata. We're south of DC by a little bit here. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that warning has been lifted for now. Jumping back to Marion, and actually, we're now okay. So we've got a new warning here. Is what's happened. They just swapped this one out right under my chin, and I didn't realize. Yeah. Okay. It was literally a 1-for-1. They swapped this this tornado warning out for a new one. It's now Monongalia and Preston counties in northern West Virginia here. So this one's headed towards Tunnelton and Kingwood. Excuse me. Almost said Ringwood. As you can see, we are at 6,000 feet here in the bottom of your screen. It's going to be really small, hard to see, but we're looking at about 6,000 feet in the air here. And you've got a couplet most certainly there. It is right there. And this is quite the small tornado warning polygon they've issued for this. The couplet is, taking up, 30% of the entire polygon right now. But this one's headed towards Tunnelton and Kingwood. So if you're in those areas out here in northern West Virginia, you're going to want to take this one pretty seriously as well. Oh, okay. Let's jump back down to our Georgia storm. Take a quick peek at it. Okay, it's definitely broadened a tiny bit. Maybe. The inflow's it's still there. I mean, the couplet's still there. They're probably going to want to go ahead and extend this tornado warning. I would guess. But yeah, this guy is headed out towards just north of Dalton. And yeah, this latest radar scan, I think they're definitely going to want to go ahead and extend this tornado warning. So we're most likely going to have a new tornado warning polygon that is out for areas like Tunnel Hill and Warring, just north of Dalton in northwestern Georgia here. So if you're in those areas, get ready, as you may have another tornado warning, or you may have a tornado warning coming your way. And you most certainly have a rotating couplet with a line of severe thunderstorms headed your way as well. Chattanooga, you're pretty much out of the woods for right this second, unless you're east of town. But if you're in downtown Chattanooga, you are all right. And that rotation out there has definitely broadened a bit. It's still there, and you could still see this thing tighten up and try to squeeze out a tornado in a little bit. We still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Chattanooga and its surrounding areas to the east, and a considerable severe thunderstorm warning headed up towards Cleveland, Tennessee. So zoom out on the map. This is what we're looking at right now. We've been quite zoomed into these areas, but here's where we're looking at. We have various other areas of convection beginning to fire off throughout Alabama and Georgia, as well as Tennessee. We're going to watch those closely as well to see if we can get things rolling with any of those storms, and hopefully we're not going to. Yeah, Pueblo is 100% down. I don't know what's going on with Pueblo's radar. That is unfortunate, especially when they've got a. I mean, I wonder if the supercell just took out the radar. I wonder if that's what happened. I think the Pueblo radar is like just in the middle of nowhere up on a hill, if I remember. So it's very possible that it just sustained some damage from this supercell. Because you can see the town of Pueblo is down here. And the Pueblo radar is obviously right in the middle of your screen there, which is down. The Pueblo radar has gone down many a time. Many a time. It was down while we were out there chasing Colorado, which was wildly inconvenient. Fun fact, the Pueblo Weather Forecasting Office, the National Weather Service out there in Pueblo, they issue more tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warnings than any other forecasting office in the nation. And it's not even very close. Yeah, the last time they had a scan in from Pueblo radar was before that supercell got there, man. Like, it's odd. I wonder if this supercell kind of did some damage to it. We could see that hail core was getting going. This was still a pretty young supercell at the time, but it's there now anyway. Jumping back into West Virginia here, where we have this tornado warning for Monongalia and Preston counties. This rotation is still there. It got worse on the most recent scan, which is good news. And by worse, I mean it's not looking quite as tight or as strong. But we're still looking at the mid-levels, so it's really hard to tell with these. But this is a really small supercell out here, headed towards Tunnelton and Kingwood. So if you're in those areas, definitely prepare for impact for a possible tornado associated with this storm. Just continue to watch it closely. No need to panic. Near Glassboro, out back in Jersey, this storm is definitely trying to establish inflow. So we've been watching it. We can follow the motion here. It's probably going to become linear. From what I'm seeing, it looks like we're almost seeing, yeah, a little bit of storm training and all these. We're just going to get an unzipping line here where this whole area is probably going to fill in with convection. We're just going to get a giant line of thunderstorms, similar to what happened out here through like Philly and even into central Jersey as well. So we're gonna watch that closely for some unzipping lines, and that would limit our tornado risk and increase our risk for significant straight line winds. Interesting. Not seeing anything that's really sticking out to me. We have another tornado warning in Maryland. This one is going to be still for Charles County. I believe this is an entirely new warning polygon. It is. Yeah, okay. So an entirely new polygon here, as the rotation is definitely tightened up and looks pretty good near White Plains and St. Charles, headed towards Waldorf, Woman. There's some really interesting city names up here. But yeah, we are definitely right there. I'm not seeing any kind of a CC drop that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground, but it's definitely possible. So if you're in White Plains, St. Charles, Waldorf, Woman, even eventually towards areas like Brandywine or Horsehead, these are just awesome town names up here. Definitely make sure that you are in a storm shelter to the best of your ability. Interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Go to a bathroom, no windows. Put as many walls between you and a possible tornado as you can. Okay, down in Tennessee, looking at our pair of destructive, or excuse me, our one destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and this one's a considerable for Cleveland. So Cleveland, this storm is now headed right your way, as it looks like it might be trying to recycle here and get this rotation going yet again near Collegedale or Ooltewah. So this one's headed right towards Cleveland, or at least South Cleveland at the very least, for this couplet anyway. So the couplet's going this way. Even if you're anywhere in Cleveland, Tennessee, you're going to get hit by this storm regardless. But the rotating couplet, where we could have a tornado recycle and try to get itself going, would probably be heading towards the southern part of town for Cleveland here, Tennessee. So we're going to watch that one pretty closely. I'm surprised we didn't get a new tornado warning here near Dalton, as they've gone ahead and let that one expire. I mean, it's looking the best now than it did earlier, to be honest with you. But we are getting far from the radar, so we are at about 4,000 to 4,500 feet up here. And this one's headed kind of right towards Dalton, or at least just north of Dalton. Probably going to be heading right towards Dalton, though. So if you're in Dalton, definitely prepare for the possibility of a tornado warning placed on your head within the next few minutes. And this line of storms, even if you don't get hit by a tornado warning, look at these winds, man. Like, you're going to get blasted with wind throughout Dalton and Cleveland, Tennessee. This is Dalton, Georgia, by the way, northwestern Georgia. Cleveland, Tennessee as well. So if you're in any of those areas, expect at the very least very strong winds and a lot of rain. Maybe some very small hail. Not expecting a big hail producing event there at all. Let's go back to Colorado. Stop taking me to the Pueblo radar. Oh, wait. Was it back? No, it was not. Okay. My eyes deceived me for a minute there. So looking back at the Pueblo tornado warning here. That rotation has broadened out a little bit, which is good, but this supercell looks like it's kind of recycling. It's taking on that kidney bean shape, so we're not anywhere near out of the woods yet for the greater Pueblo area. So this cell is headed down towards the interstate, towards Boone, Avondale, Fowler, Olney Springs, Crowley, Ordway, Sugar City, Manzanola, maybe even towards Rocky Ford. So if you're in the path of this one, you got to take it seriously. Anywhere along, I forget what interstate this is, but one of these interstates out here. Going back to the Cheyenne radar here in Wyoming, we have this other supercell that is looking pretty concerning here. Looks like it's got quite the updraft going on. We're just looking at the top part of the storm here, but you can see some of these silvers and grays getting into here, despite how high we are in the atmosphere that we're looking. Again, we're looking, what are we at, like 8,000? Yeah, we're at like 9,000 feet in the air here, and we're seeing some of these very, very large targets coming back. So this is a strong updraft supporting some pretty large hail. So we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on this for golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I wouldn't be surprised to see the hail be slightly larger than golf ball, maybe ping pong ball size hail. But yeah, this one is, we have some aliasing issues going on in the latest scan here. But that inflow is coming in like crazy, and the morphology of this storm looks like it wants to do it. So this is right at the Nebraska-Wyoming border. This is southeast of Lusk, Wyoming. And it's headed towards the Sand Hills, so hopefully it's not going to hit anything populated at all. There's not a whole lot up where it's at besides Scottsbluff, and hopefully it will kind of parallel the interstate here and not impact any of those major towns. Okay, they did just put a new tornado warning for Dalton. That's what I was just talking about moments ago. So we do have a tornado warning now. The ironic thing about this too is that it just significantly weakened on the latest scan. But we do have a tornado warning for Warring, Dalton, Spring Place, Chatsworth, in Eaton. This is for Catoosa, Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield counties here in Georgia. Our West Virginia tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so we no longer have a tornado warning in West Virginia at this moment. We do still have tornado warnings in Maryland and Colorado as well. So that's for Charles County, Maryland, and Crowley and Pueblo counties, Colorado. Looking at our Maryland cell, here she is. Still looking good. Ish. Why is it jumping around like this? There's like 7 minutes between radar scans there from this terminal radar, strangely. Let's try this one. Yeah, this rotation is kind of recycling. So yeah, they've just gone ahead and lifted that tornado warning. They might replace it. So out here near Waldorf is where where I would be most concerned about. It kind of recycled itself towards the southeast a little bit. So this one's headed, it's near Waldorf, and it's headed up towards Horsehead, maybe Mattawoman or Brandywine. But it's not looking super concerning. But the rotation's there, and we're looking very, very low here. This is 300 feet in the air, so we're looking at basically we're scanning a wall cloud or at least the lowering of the mesocyclone here at around 300 feet. So we are down to 2 tornado warnings on the map. We have the one for Pueblo in Colorado, which is a discrete supercell that wants to get itself going for sure. And then we also have that tornado warning down in Georgia for Catoosa, Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield counties. Headed right towards Dalton, and that rotation significantly weakened over the last 2 scans. Hopefully it's just going to completely dissipate, but it's worth keeping this tornado warning up, at least for the time being, as this cell heads towards Dalton, because it's a very populated area. And you don't want that tornado to recycle and go right into a populated area right as you've canceled the warning. That would be the opposite of good. So those are only 2 tornado warnings on the map right now. Keeps taking me to Pueblo. In northeastern Colorado, though, we do have a pair of supercells that might be riding an outflow boundary here. I'm not sure how far this outflow boundary extends, but they could be riding along an outflow boundary, which could incite a little bit of that low-level rotation as well. Get a little bit of artificial development of rotation there. But yeah, out here near Sterling, these supercells, this pair of supercells is building quite quickly. And they can become tornadic really at any time within the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. There's nothing stopping them right now. The cell north of Cheyenne, right at the border here, is shooting up like a cannon, as we've got quite the elevated hail core going on here. So again, we're just scanning the very top part of the storm because we're pretty far from the radar, but you can see some of these silvers still sneaking into there, despite how high we are in the atmosphere. So this is definitely a hail producer at the very least. It's tagged for golf ball sized hail, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised to see ping pong ball sized hail. As of 3 minutes ago, we had golf ball sized hail reported southeast of Prairie Center. So yeah, numerous discrete supercells firing off. We've got another one here in South Dakota, which has got a little bit of inflow getting established here on its latest scan. So it might try to get going. This one's headed towards the general vicinity of Rapid City. So we're going to have to watch this one closely as well as it tries to get itself rotating. Again, things are a little hectic tonight, guys. You're going to have to bear with me because we have tornado threats throughout the Central Plains, the low plains, the Southeast, the Mid-Atlantic, just a bunch of different regions where we have not super elevated tornado risks, but they're there. So we're going to probably have multiple tornado warnings scattered all across the country at any given moment. And again, right now we have one in Colorado and one in Georgia. That's pretty far apart. So looking out here in Dalton again, it looks like this rotation is continuing to kind of collapse, which is good near Dalton. But again, it's worth keeping this warning alive for now, especially with the morphology that this storm has. As you can see, that kind of S shape forming there. That is what you don't want to see. I got a text from Ben. Give me a second. Oh. All right, sorry about that. Had to make a quick reply there. But again, headed towards Dalton, basically right over Dalton at this moment. This rotation has broadened out, but it is still ever so slightly there. It could easily recycle itself within a matter of just a minute or two and spit out a tornado. So this tornado warning is still worth having in place for the time being. Headed towards Dalton, Spring Place, Chatsworth, Eton, maybe, Ramhurst, out here in northwestern Georgia. And headed towards Cleveland, Tennessee. It looks like the tornado risk is lowering up here, which is good. We have a secondary area of rotation near Hopewell, and really closer to Cleveland, trying to get going. That's up here. As well as a possible area of rotation right at the Tennessee and Georgia border. As we can kind of follow the motion with these two. And you can see them evolve. So a couple possible areas of rotation where we could easily see some spin-up tornadoes get tossed up with this Boeing structure right here. Very, very much a threat regardless, though, because you have crazy winds coming out of these no matter what's going on. Probably 60 mile per hour to 70 mile per hour straight line winds. This one's tagged for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Oh. What's going on in Montana? Okay. Up in Montana, we have quite the thunderstorm going on. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning put in place out here as this one's trying to get going here. Man, this was tagged for 2-inch hail. So 80 mile per hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail. Yeah. We had a weather station report a wind gust of 71 miles per hour. That was 20 minutes ago. So right here, going into Wyoming here at the Montana-Wyoming border, we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Interesting. Didn't necessarily have that on my bingo card today. Let's check in on our Pueblo tornado warning, as this one is still pretty concerning. Pretty concerning here. Again, we're looking so high in the air because the Pueblo radar is down. So we have no way to have a perfect picture on this storm. But what we do know for sure is that the mid-level rotation is there. We're at around 10,000 feet here, and it's pretty tight. So this one could be putting down a tornado at any moment, in theory. It's not really near any population right now, but it's headed towards Boone, Fowler, Olney Springs, and Crowley. And this is up here in Crowley and Pueblo counties in Colorado. that a? Yeah, I mean, this one's definitely looking solid. I just wish we had the Pueblo radar so we could get a better picture on it. But Fork Founding Kitchen, the Pueblo radar is down. Breaking news. Okay, back in Dalton, it looks like our tornado threat, excuse me. It looks like our tornado threat in Dalton has pretty much entirely diminished, which is fantastic news. It was headed right towards the populated region of Dalton. Regardless, though, we have tons of straight line winds coming your way through Dalton right now. Probably, I mean, you're in the midst of it right now if you're in Dalton. Headed towards Spring Place, Chatsworth, Etten, even towards Cisco, Conasauga, passing through Cleveland right now towards Ocoee, Benton and Charleston, Tennessee as well. So this is stretching across the border of Tennessee and Georgia, and eventually it's going to make its way towards South Carolina and Virginia as well. Interesting. This is just such a strange setup here. We got another tornado warning on the Pueblo storm, so an extension here. So this is now encompassing Crowley, Otero, and Pueblo counties. So same storm, same warning, just an extension here. Yeah, as this one is still looking pretty concerning. Again, it's headed towards Boone, Olney Springs, Fowler, maybe even Crowley or Manzanola. Manzanola? I don't know. Let's take another look at New Jersey here. We haven't checked in there in a little while. As these storms look to be weakening a little bit, which is good. The winds don't look quite as vicious. The precipitation doesn't look quite as heavy. However, we do have a supercell forming, it looks like, near Williamstown and Sicklerville. So our general risk with these storms is diminishing for the widespread wind risk, but we do have a possible tornado risk developing near Sicklerville right now. Interesting. So that's what we need to watch. This is headed towards Hamilton. Again, these are very populated areas up here in Jersey. So we could see a tornado warning get slapped on there if it continues to uptrend. So we'll check in on that one periodically. Looking back at Maryland, we do have this giant Boeing structure. Tons of possibility for brief spin-up tornadoes and straight line wind damage to form anywhere along this line. You can see all sorts of tiny notches trying to form out here. You've got one here. You've got maybe, that's a stretch, but maybe you've got one there. You have the ability to get one up here as well. Things are moving on me while I'm drawing, which is always wonderful. But my main concern right now is definitely Golden Beach and maybe down here north of Montrose or Montrose. I need to learn how to say some of these town names properly. All right. Straight line wind damage still the main threat right now through eastern portions of Virginia and into Maryland for the time being anyway. Let's check in on, excuse me, did I say Virginia and South Carolina earlier? I meant that's North Carolina and South Carolina is where this storm will be eventually headed. We still have a line of thunderstorms pushing through North Carolina right now. Kind of right through Greensboro, where we have possibly a couple of little couplets. Wait, never mind. That's out ahead of this thing. Okay, I see. But we could have some small areas of rotation. This may be tornado possible tagged. It's not. I don't think it really needs to be. But yeah, a bunch of storms kind of training out into a line here, growing upscale all the way through this region, and these are all going to be pushing out eventually towards like Raleigh and especially north of Raleigh. But those ones still have a little ways to go. Back to our Catoosa, Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield County tornado warning. This one, yeah, I think this threat for a tornado here is gone for the time being, which is good near Dalton. This is still a straight line wind producer. So you got to still take it seriously. And our only destructive severe thunderstorm warning on the map right now is in Montana. and stretching into northern portions of Wyoming as well. So that's for this pair of supercells up here that's trying to get themselves going. Not really seeing tons in terms of rotation, but we are looking pretty high in the air, anywhere from 7,000 feet up to 10,000 feet. And then down in Pueblo, Colorado, we have a tornado warning going on. 2 tornado warning polygons, just 1 storm here, though. As this one is still there. It's trying to recycle, it appears, anyway. Yeah, definitely trying to recycle itself. So we're going to watch this one pretty closely. But it is headed towards Fowler, Olney Springs, and Manzanola over the next 30 minutes or so. Then we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up in Nebraska here now, where this one's trying to get itself going too. All of these guys are trying to get themselves going. We've had a much more discrete storm mode than I had initially expected. Look at this hail core. Look at those silvers getting into our volumetric scan, super high in the air here. Again, you can see the entire bottom half of this storm is cut off. There's nothing here because the radar is not able to contact any targets there. The radar beam is the lowest tilt angle, for example, is too high up. The radar comes in like rows, essentially like this, and these bottom ones are already cut off from behind. This drawing is really putrid, but that's what's going on anyway. But this is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning, tagged for golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We do have a total of 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, I believe. Yeah, we do, because we just got another one in Colorado. So that's this one up here near Sterling in Atwood. This one was just upgraded to a destructive, I believe. Just a minute ago here. Rotation definitely forming near Atwood. So Atwood, Colorado has been a hot spot for tornadoes and structure lately. So we'll continue to watch that one as well. This also has the ability to get another area of rotation going closer to just like north of Willard and northeast of Stoneham. That's a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. And that cell could just get ingested and act as a nudger here, nudging into this Atwood storm and enhancing it. So this Atwood one is definitely concerning for a possible tornado warning here. Again, we're looking pretty high up. We're around 7,500 feet in the air. But the rotation's there. At that level, anyway. We will continue to monitor it closely. I'm hearing we may have some sort of issue. We did just get an update on our Colorado tornado warnings, I believe. One of them maybe got shrunken down, question mark. Maybe not. Doesn't look like anything's changed. Our velocity scan is actually not in sync with our reflectivity scan. We're about like 2 minutes off almost. But yeah, this one is still got the rotation. It's headed right towards Fowler and Olney Springs. So if you're in those 2 areas, again, we don't know what the storm looks like at the lowest levels because the Pueblo radar is down, unfortunately. I'll check on it again, but yeah, Pueblo radar is down. So nothing we can do about that. So if you're in Fowler or Olney Springs, this is out here in Crowley, Pueblo, and Otero counties in Colorado. You definitely need to be taking this one seriously and getting to a storm shelter of some kind. It is headed right towards you within the next couple of minutes here. Let's check in on our Georgia tornado warning. out here for Dalton. See if this one's recycling. Again, the tornado threat looked like it was completely diminished. And yeah, it's definitely, there's nothing really there right now. It could still recycle as it goes towards Chatsworth or Ramhurst, but not a concern right this second. In my opinion, anyway. We do have a massive polygon for just a general severe thunderstorm warning for straight line wind damage. It's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You could see gusts a little higher than that with this storm. It is definitely a windbag, to say the least. So that severe thunderstorm warning is encompassing a lot of counties in Georgia, I believe. See if I can find it on my giant list of warnings. I think this one's for Fannin, Gilmer, Gordon, Murray, Pickens, Union, Walker, and Whitfield counties. You want to see one that is encompassing even more counties? These warnings up here in Virginia, we have one warning here covering Carolyn, Essex, Hanover, King and Queen, King William, Lancaster, Middlesex, Northumberland, Richmond, and Westmoreland counties in Virginia here. That's just me entertaining myself reading off a obscene amount of counties for one warning polygon. But there are all sorts of severe thunderstorm warnings in Virginia and Maryland for good reason. This one out here that's just about to cross into Delaware and not too long from now is concerning. It looks like it has some very, very broad rotation near Skipton or Y Mills. We got an update on our tornado warning for Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield counties in Georgia. I believe they shrunk it down a little bit. Yeah, they did. So they just condensed it a little bit, which is fine. Up in Montana, we have a destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning still. So this is for Wyoming and Montana here. So for Bighorn and Sheridan counties. And Sheridan County, Wyoming, and Bighorn County, Montana, I should say. So this is definitely one to watch as well. Just a pair of supercells up there, just doing their thing. They're being chill. Near Rapid City, we have another cell that we are watching closely as well, as it tries to do something. I don't know what it's trying to do, but it's trying to do something near Nemo. And eventually headed towards Rapid City. We could easily see this one wrap itself up rapidly. I'm making a lot of Rapid City puns here. You gotta bear with me. Northeast of Cheyenne, headed towards Scottsbluff. We still have this guy up here that I was looking at earlier. This one's definitely concerning. It's got so much open air out ahead of it. I don't know if there's any residual kind of boundary set up there. We do have one near Cheyenne. If there is some sort of boundary anywhere out ahead of this thing, it could ingest some localized spin at the low levels and get things going quickly to put down a tornado. But this is still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail regardless, headed eventually towards Scottsbluff. So if you're out there in the Nebraska Panhandle, you got to pay close attention to this one. If you're in Sterling, Colorado, or Atwood, this is one that I was worried about a little bit ago as well. I'm still convinced that this one could try to become tornadic in the next 15 minutes or so, especially if this can act as a nudger coming out of Willard and Stoneham towards the Atwood cell. So this is the one that I think is going to be the more dominant cell here. And we will continue to monitor this one. Of course, down in Pueblo is our most concerning tornado warning on the map at this moment. But it's just, we can't get a good picture on this one. It sucks. The Pueblo radar is just down right now, and this is the best we can do. We're looking at 11,000 feet in the air here. And our reflectivity from the Denver radar is actually lagging behind. There's definitely hail in this. We're getting a little bit of a three-body scatter spike going on here on some of these earlier scans. So you can see right here, that little spike. Definitely have a hail core, even at the elevated levels here. So this one's probably producing a good bit of hail headed right towards Fowler eventually here. It's not moving very quick. I'll tell you that much. So definitely a hail producer and could be a tornado producer as well, headed towards Fowler. So this one is tagged with 3-inch hail, actually. I didn't realize the warning was tagged with that. But yeah, 3-inch hail associated with this discrete supercell out here just east of Boone and Avondale and headed towards Fowler and Olney Springs here in Colorado, for Crowley and Pueblo counties and Otero County as well. Okie dokie. Let's check in on New Jersey again. We haven't looked at Texas yet. I'm going to go there next. But I wanted to look at this supercell out here, sort of supercellular shape anyway. It might not, it's not really a supercell at all, actually. I don't think it has a rotating updraft. So just supercellular in terms of its morphology. It looks supercellular, but not one I'm very concerned about. Headed towards Hamilton at this moment. Probably just a rain and wind producer. I don't even think this is tornado possible tagged. It's not, and it shouldn't be. There's not really any kind of broad rotation going on there at all. There is a flash flood warning and a variety of them throughout Philly and surrounding areas in Jersey and Pennsylvania there. Out here in Maryland, nope, there we go. Down here in Maryland, we still have this line of thunderstorms, Boeing segment pushing through here, where we could see the risk for embedded tornadoes really at any point where we have this Boeing segment that pushes out here. That is definitely where we could see the risk for tornadoes become elevated along that line of storms. So this would be QLCS spin-up tornadoes. That wouldn't be, super long-lived or violent or anything like that. It would be lower end, but they can still deal significant damage, so they got to be taken seriously. This cell out here, if it can get itself going before it gets ingested by the line of storms behind it, could become concerning out here near Longwood, Skipton, Cordova, and Hillsborough in Maryland. And eventually it's going to cross into Delaware as well. Let's go ahead and check out Texas here. This is Midland and Upton counties. We have a severe thunderstorm warning where these storms are kicking out their own outflow boundary right now. So this outflow boundary could move out and spark some more severe thunderstorms in the Texas panhandle. Well, not really panhandle. This is down in Odessa. In Amarillo, near the Oklahoma panhandle, there's not really anything going on. At least not right this second. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Midland. No real rotation, not anything super concerning. Jumping back to Colorado, up here in northeast Colorado for Sterling and Atwood, which we've been watching closely. It looks like we might get a little bit of a merger here, which is what we were worried about happening, where this could become even more tornadic pretty quickly, or it could become tornadic quickly, I should say. It looks like those hail cores are just starting to merge at the upper level. So we could easily see this thing merge here and then near Atwood have that updraft enhanced and become quite concerning. I can't get the latest volumetric scan, but look at these DBZ values coming through here. This is pretty ridiculous. We're getting values up to 76, I'm seeing, DBZs. So some very large hail coming out of this guy. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Train spotters reported 3-inch diameter hail near Sterling already. This one is tagged tornado possible with 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Down in Pueblo, near Fowler, this guy is headed right over Fowler now. Again, we are looking high up. So the couplets over Fowler at the upper levels here. This is at almost 12,000 feet. But updrafts are tilted, as we know. So the tornado, if there was one, wouldn't be right over Fowler right now. It would be a little bit behind that couplet because we are looking so high in the air. Okie dokie. We are continuing to, in fact, monitor the situation. This supercell is definitely looking threatening out here near Fowler. I just wish the Pueblo radar would come back online, man. It's just a brutal time for the radar to go down. But it is what it is. All right, let's see if we can get a volumetric scan yet on this Atwood hail core. We can. Okay. So you can see some of these crazy values getting returned to the radar here. These grays and silvers that are showing up inside of this hail core. So we're looking at very, very elevated, large targets. So a very, very powerful updraft capable of producing 3-inch or possibly greater hail. So that is large to very large hail. I see Lorian in the chat. Hello, Lorian. Lorian is one of our meteorologists. She is traveling right now to Europe. As our cell near Scottsbluff looks like it's tightening up. So this one is looking pretty concerning here. Headed towards Scottsbluff. Like it's trying to get itself going. We have still a lot of hail being produced in this one as well. Excuse me. This one's tagged for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it could also become tornadic here. Not too terribly long from now. Actually, that considerable severe thunderstorm warning was just downgraded to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Interesting. They have it tagged for... What? This is quite the weird severe thunderstorm warning. It's not tornado possible tagged, but in the description, they're talking about this one could produce a tornado soon. That might be because they're about to put a tornado warning on it. So we might have a tornado warning getting slapped down on this thing near Scottsbluff, Nebraska pretty soon here. It's possible. It is possible. We're going to watch that one pretty closely. I'm definitely concerned about that one. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning near Montana was also downgraded to a considerable. So our only destructive severe thunderstorm warning on the map is up near Sterling and Atwood right now, where there is quite the hail core going on. Whew. I know we already saw this a moment ago, but look at those silvers getting thrown up in there. Some very large hailstones coming out of this one. 3-inch hail is what it is tagged for and has been observed already. So definitely a concerning storm near Sterling, and then down in Pueblo, again, we just can't get a good read on this storm. It's so far away. But that couplet is still rolling strong at the high levels. It's headed right towards Fowler right now. So if you're out there in Fowler or Olney Springs, this is for Otero County, I believe, or Otero, Crowley and Pueblo counties as well. We do have another tornado warning out in West Virginia for Clay and Nicholas counties. Let's take a look. This one's out here in central West Virginia. It's actually a little bit of a mini supercell. Well, mini supercell action going on. Love to see it. So this one is near the towns of Clay and Lismores and south of Ivydale. And it's moving kind of east-southeast, so in this general direction. I don't know what I'm looking at there. But yeah, we've definitely got okay, we have 3 tornado warnings going on across 3 states: Georgia, Colorado, and West Virginia. 3 completely different areas of the country too. Our tornado warning in Georgia is most certainly going to be allowed to expire soon, as it is not really a threat for tornadoes at all anymore. And there it goes. It's gone. Okay, so we're down to 2 tornado warnings in West Virginia and Colorado. The tornado threat throughout areas like Huntsville, northern Alabama, is not gone, though. It's only 6 p.m. We've got a long ways to go tonight, guys. So stay with me, grab yourself a water or whatever you need. Stay hydrated. And we'll be taking you right through this start to finish here. Our little mini supercell down near Clay doesn't look quite as impressive. We are looking pretty low in the atmosphere. What happens if we go up? Yeah, I mean, the rotation's there, but it's not super impressive near Clay, which is okay. This cell up here near Sterling is still a giant hail producer. This thing looks ridiculous near Atwood. That is a wicked hail core. So this guy is a very, very big hail producer near Atwood. It also could become tornadic. So this is a cell we got to watch very, very closely here. Out near Willard. The one near Scottsbluff, Nebraska, in the Nebraska Panhandle region, was also looking pretty concerning to me not long ago. We'll check in on it here. We are getting some aliasing issues with the latest radar scan. Still looking concerning, though. This one's definitely a hail producer nonetheless. It's tagged for 1 inch in quarter, so $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we're going to watch that one develop. And let's check in on our Bighorn, Montana, and Sheridan, Wyoming pair of supercells up here. These actually don't look quite as concerning now, but they are moving further and further from the radar unit. So it's really tough to get a good view on those. Jumping back over to Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. Some of these storms are just starting to push towards Delaware here. The cell near Cordova was looking quite concerning with its morphology on radar here. It's not really looking great in terms of the rotation, though. Low-level rotation is not looking very concerning at all, I should say. I doubt it might be tornado possible. Yeah, I was going to say it's probably not tornado possible tagged, but it could be in theory. It's not. Back in Clay and Nicholas counties, West Virginia, we do have a tornado warning ongoing for this small supercell. It's going to go south of Clay, where your area of rotation is, and north of Eliza Morez, or Liz Moores, or Liza Morez. I have no idea. Not a clue in the world how to pronounce that. We're northeast of Blakely and south of Clay. And this is, again, for Clay and Nicholas counties, West Virginia. We have tons of convection going on all over the place, from North Carolina through Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, even into parts of Pennsylvania. And then back in the southeast in Alabama as well, and even Tennessee, Mississippi. So much storm action going on around the map here. All right, we're going to check in on what's going on in Colorado. Out near Atwood and Sterling. This thing just continues to look ridiculous in terms of the hail. That is pretty absurd. I won't lie. That is pretty absurd. So a very, very strong hail core near Sterling and Atwood. This is the type that would produce the type of hail that has Reed Timmer screaming "Gorilla hail" in your ear. So love Reed, by the way. I'm just poking fun at him. This is out here near Atwood, south of Sterling. And we could still see this one become tornadic as well. It's not right this second, but we could see it get there. So we got to watch this one pretty closely as well. Ooh. I'm seeing something might be going on in Corinth. Oh, that was an hour ago. Never mind. Forgive me. I was like, something might be going on in the incredible town of Corinth, Mississippi. And there was. That was an hour ago. Over and an hour and 4 minutes ago, matter of fact. Okay, let's jump back over to West Virginia and check in on this mini supercell over here. That rotation is looking slightly better now. So this is south of Clay in West Virginia. So yeah, quite the concerning one here in West Virginia. It's not looking, nuts or anything like that, but it's there. Again, we have severe weather in like 15 states right now or something. We have a ridiculous amount of convection going on all around from the mid-Atlantic down to the southeast and then back into the central plains, even the low plains as well. So tons of convection going on, and we're going to stick with everything very, very closely here. Oh, man. Okay. So we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning still in place in Atwood out here in northeastern Colorado. So this is for 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's one we've been talking about. It's surrounded by 2 more considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons. A tag for 2.5-inch hail and 1 3/4-inch hail as well. Jesus. Lorian said the concept of you streaming my house being slabbed. That would be like genuinely traumatic. Our cell near Atwood is definitely morphology wise. It looks like it's trying to establish inflow. I just hate being in these radar holes, man. I mean, we're 8,000 feet in the air, so it's hard to get a good picture on this storm, but we can still see this one become tornadic at any moment. Possibility of severe hail is hitting 100% in this hail core. Shocker. This is a pretty concerning one. Okay, we have a confirmed tornado now down near Pueblo. So we have been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. This has been located 1.5 miles west of Fowler. Moving south at 30 miles per hour. Video has confirmed that this tornado is in progress. Law enforcement have confirmed this with a video. Interesting. So we do have a confirmed tornado just west of Fowler here. And that would make sense. So we're looking at a tornado on the ground right now near Fowler. So if you're in Fowler, you need to make sure you're in a storm shelter of some kind. Interior-most room of a building or a basement, if you have a basement. I don't know if basements are really a thing in Colorado, to be honest with you. Yeah, this storm is headed into basically vast nothingness, which is good news. But yeah, if you're in Fowler, definitely be taking this one seriously. And if you happen to be anywhere south of Fowler in this polygon, you need to be taking this one seriously and taking the necessary precautions to stay safe. We do have a tornado on the ground. Just wish we weren't so freaking high in the atmosphere. Pueblo, get it together, man. Why is your radar down? My gosh, I just gave myself whiplash. Looking around like a madman. Okay. Let's jump back to West Virginia and look at our little mini supercell out here that was looking all right. Could produce a tornado. Still there. Yeah, that rotation is still there. In fact, that warning polygon has just been updated to get... Or, no, it hasn't. Wait, what am I talking about? Did that not get shrunken down? Maybe it didn't. Anyway, that tornado warning is still ongoing and the threat is still there. So if you are in Clay or Nicholas counties, you want to be paying attention to that one as well. Apple-sized hail, according to the warning tag. I'm surely you're talking about Fowler. Hail up to 3 inches in diameter. Maybe you're talking about the Sterling storm up here then. 3-inch hail. I'm not seeing apple-sized hail in any of these tags. Apple-sized hail is a ridiculous shout. Okay, so the storm we were watching out in Scottsbluff got itself going. I forgot to check in on it over the last couple of minutes here. I was really worried about this one, and now we have a tornado warning in place headed towards Scottsbluff, which is a very, very, very populated area. So Scottsbluff and Sioux counties in the Nebraska Panhandle. So we've got a tornado warning headed your way. This one could get going quickly. So if you're in Scottsbluff or surrounding areas like Mitchell or Mintle, is that what that is? Yeah, Mintle. Hague, Terrytown, Gering, anywhere near Scottsbluff or just northwest of it. You need to be taking this one seriously. Get yourself to a basement, interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Get into the bathroom, put yourself in the bathtub, and put a mattress over your head if you got to. Do whatever you got to do. This is a definitely a concerning one here for Scottsbluff. This is a very populated area, and this storm has clearly established inflow and looks like it's trying to get itself going right now. So if you're in Scottsbluff or just northwest of it, or west of it at all, really, you need to be paying close attention to this one. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Fowler right now. So if you're there as well, you definitely need to be paying attention to that one. It's also tagged for 3-inch hail. So this is definitely a concerning storm near Fowler, out here for Crowley, Otero, and Pueblo, or Otero County, up here in Colorado. I just saw our good friend of WBWX, Scott Caseman, in the chat, who jumps in and says, "I heard Scott," and then activated. We did just get another tornado warning, so this is going to be on our Sterling and Atwood cell that we've been watching this one closely. So we've got a tornado warning on this one now. Again, this one, morphology-wise, it's got the inflow on steroids here. I mean, it's getting the craziest inflow notch sucked into it right now in real time. And then we also have another area of rotation near Willard, which could become concerning as well. So the potential for 2 areas of rotation to develop here in northeastern Colorado as things are getting a lot more active around the map. We did just have a tornado warning placed down in Maryland for Dorchester County. So this is going right towards Cambridge. And you can see it. The couplet's actually just outside of this warning polygon. It's literally crossing the river right now into Maryland. So this one's going to be headed right towards Cambridge. So here's your couplet. Go ahead and draw you a nice little pretty circle. There's your couplet. It's headed right towards Cambridge. I mean, literally right towards Cambridge. So if you're in Cambridge, Church Creek types of areas, anywhere throughout Dorchester County and Maryland, you need to be getting down to a storm shelter of some kind here immediately. Still headed out that direction. This one's definitely, it looked good. It looked good a couple of scans ago. It's still looking okay out here headed towards Cambridge. So this is one we're going to need to watch closely here. In general, this line of thunderstorms you could see throughout Maryland could put down various tornadoes along this entire Boeing segment, all the way down into Virginia even. So definitely make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts if you're anywhere in those areas. As the map is getting messy, we have tons of severe thunderstorm warnings, special weather statements over the water as well. Jumping up to Jersey, That's not what I wanted. Jumping back up to Jersey, things are still falling apart a little bit up in Jersey, which is good, except for near Hamilton, where we have this might be a supercell-ish at this point. Looks like we may have a rotating updraft here, where you've got your inflow coming in near Hamilton. So if you're in that area, you need to watch out for a potential tornado warning that could show up your way as well. So this is for Hamilton, Nesco, Folsom, what is this, Magnolia, Elwood, throughout central southern Jersey here. So here's where we're at in Jersey. And I'll just go ahead and outline the state for you visual learners. There's Jersey, and central southern Jersey is where we're looking at for our main area of concern. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Fowler, excuse me, near Fowler, Colorado. This tornado, multiple tornadoes were in progress in the Fowler area. So we have live feeds from storm chasers confirming multiple tornadoes on the ground near Fowler. So we have at least twins, if not maybe even triplets, near Fowler. That is some language I've not really seen in a warning text body before. At 5:29, okay, so this is mountain time, 5:29 mountain time. So as of 4 minutes ago, we had multiple tornadoes on the ground in the general Fowler area. So we could still have multiple tornadoes on the ground at this very moment. Yeah, this is a very concerning one here near Fowler. It's again, we're so high up in the air, it's impossible to see these low-level rotations. But yeah, multiple tornadoes on the ground right now in Fowler. We also have a confirmed tornado headed right towards Scotts Bluff, man. This is what I've been worried about. This one was confirmed by Broadcast Media. Interesting. As of 4 minutes ago, north of Mitchell. So we have a confirmed tornado north of Mitchell headed right towards Scotts Bluff with this discrete supercell out here. So we have multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground. One near Mitchell headed right towards Scotts Bluff in the Nebraska Panhandle. And then we have another one near Fowler, Colorado, where that storm is actually producing multiple tornadoes right now. So again, confirmed tornado on the ground near Mitchell headed towards Scotts Bluff. Okay. That tornado must have just lifted as they've gone ahead and they undid the tornado, or the confirmed tornado there. Still ping pong ball sized hail, and we have a funnel cloud north of Mitchell. So this thing probably touched down very briefly and they watched it lift up. So they unconfirmed the warning pretty much instantly. Easily could have a tornado touching down at any second here near Mitchell and headed towards Scotts Bluff. And this storm has all the resources available to it in the world. There's nothing around it to stop it. So if it can get itself really going, we could see a very damaging tornado go through the largely populated area of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska. So we need to watch this one very closely. And again, we have multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground near Fowler as of 6 minutes ago. Yeah, we still have 3-inch hail going on with this storm as well near Fowler. So lots of large hail producers going on in the Central Plains. We still have this tornado warning for the Atwood storm, which is just as concerning as some of the other ones to me, as this storm has got the inflow like crazy going on here. So multiple tornadoes, multiple tornado warnings, and at least one set of tornadoes going on near Fowler, as we had multiple tornadoes on the ground near Fowler just minutes ago, and could still have multiple tornadoes on the ground. Excuse me. Yeah, this Scotts Bluff storm in the Nebraska Panhandle is definitely concerning. So we had a tornado on the ground that briefly touched down near Mitchell. And then now we've got a funnel cloud near Mitchell as well. So it's trying to recycle and put itself back on the ground. And if it can put itself back on the ground, it'll be headed right towards Scottsbluff, or perhaps just west of town. Hopefully it doesn't go right through Scottsbluff. That would be absolutely horrible. So yeah, we have tornado warnings in Nebraska, Colorado, 2 in Colorado, 1 in Dorchester County, Maryland. We'll check in on this guy over here. This is a kind of a QLCS tornado threat, which it does appear to be weakening, but it's still there. The threat is absolutely still there, headed right towards Cambridge, Maryland. So if you're in that area, you need to be concerned with this one for sure. Got to take it seriously. Back up in Jersey, the supercellular looking thing near Hamilton is still going as well. We could easily see this thing notch out and try to spit out a tornado soon. It's not immediately a tornado threat, but it could be soon. And in West Virginia, our mini supercell, again, bear with me, we have to jump around a lot with how much is going on around the country right now. Our mini supercell near Clay, West Virginia, is not looking very threatening to me right now. But we do have 5 tornado warnings ongoing across 4 different states. We have 1 in the Central Plains. We have 1 in the Mid-Atlantic, or 2 in the Mid-Atlantic. We might have another embedded couplet. Could have been a very brief type of spin up deal near Royal Oak or St. Michael's, just west of Easton, Maryland. Excuse me. My goodness. Yeah, we have a large Boeing structure going on where we could have multiple embedded tornadoes end up developing. Right now, we only have 1 concerning tornado warning polygon on the map. But we do have another area of possible rotation south of Church Creek. Oh, not mean to do that. And possibly an area of rotation here just west of Easton. It's not looking very concerning to me. But another couplet forming south of Church Creek. This one might get warned. Right here. This would not surprise me if we saw a warning pop up just south of Church Creek headed out towards Vienna in Maryland. As we did just get an update on this Cambridge warning. It was shrunken down just a little bit. So they're opting to keep this warning active. This one's headed towards Algonquin, Cambridge, eventually towards Secretary in Maryland. And again, we have multiple tornado warnings in the Central Plains as well. We have this very large hail producer and possible tornado producer up here just south of Sterling and Atwood in Colorado. This is headed towards Akron, Platner, and Otis in Yuma. And then in Nebraska, we still have this storm trying to get going. We had a very brief tornado with this storm near Mitchell, and it's trying to get itself going, headed right towards Scottsbluff, Nebraska. So a very populated area. And then down in Pueblo, we had multiple confirmed tornadoes. Multiple tornadoes were, oh, wait, Pueblo's back. Okay, the Pueblo radar is back. Let's just dive right into this guy. Okay, the Pueblo radar is back. Our low-level rotation looks to be disintegrating here. This storm is trying to recycle. But the Pueblo radar is back, so we're going to have a good picture on this storm here. We did have multiple confirmed tornadoes about 10 minutes ago or so. What was this? Yeah, like 13 minutes ago. We had multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground near Fowler. We still have very large hail coming out of this storm as well. See if we can get a volumetric scan of it. Okay, we don't have that yet. That's okay. The Pueblo radar is coming back online, though, which is fantastic news. So we're going to watch this supercell very closely as it's most certainly needing to recycle itself. You can see where that rotation is, that this couplet is there. It's very broad and weak right now. We're going to watch it potentially recycle. And in fact, I see where we could have maybe had 2 different tornadoes there. Morphology-wise, that kind of makes sense with this storm as well, where we could have had Tornado here and here, just about. Just south of Fowler now. Our West Virginia tornado warning was lifted, by the way, so we do not have a tornado warning in West Virginia any longer. Up here near Scottsbluff is still really concerning to me just because of how populated this area is. This is also becoming a big-time hail producer, as we have quite the hail core in this guy. So big-time hail going on here near Scottsbluff. This is tagged for ping pong ball-sized hail. We had a funnel cloud near Mitchell not long ago, and we had a very brief touchdown of that funnel cloud near Mitchell. And then in northeastern Colorado, we still have a tornado warning for the Atwood storm as it's trying to get itself going right now. It's really trying to get going here. You can see just with the morphology, you can see the inflow. My gosh, my arrow drawing skills are just incredible. You can see that inflow. This thing is trying to get itself wrapped up. And so if that RFD can begin to occlude the inflow, we'll see those winds dramatically speed up in the inflow channel, and we can get a tornado squeezed out there pretty quickly. We also have a nudger going on in the back of this, where we could see these storms as they kind of merge here. We could see a brief tornado get spat out south of Merino in this region here, as the inflow for this updraft gets kind of cut off. And then we eventually get a nudger for our more dominant looking supercell, which is headed towards Akron, Plattner, and Otis. And this tornado warning is Washington County, Colorado. Out in Nebraska, we are in Scottsbluff and Sioux counties, Nebraska. And we just got a new tornado warning in Maryland here. So we have a multitude of tornado warnings in Maryland. And in my opinion, there should be a third one just south of Church Creek. I'm sure it's coming soon, where we have multiple areas of rotation. One near Cambridge, one near Oxford. Yeah, so we have 3 different areas of rotation here in Maryland right now that we're watching pretty closely. So this is for Dorchester, Caroline, and Talbot counties in Maryland. Things are ramping up here, folks. And you can just see the morphology of this line of thunderstorms where you get these S shapes that I talk about. And you have multiple of them going on here. So you have one area of concern here, another area of concern here, and another area of concern here. And I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised that we're not seeing a tornado warning on the map right now for south of Church Creek, headed towards Vienna. So if you're in any of these tornado warning polygons in Maryland, which there are 2 and probably will be a third, we need to have you get down to a basement, a storm shelter, interior-most room of a sturdy structure, get in the bathtub, lay down and put a mattress above yourself. Whatever you got to do if you're in the path of one of these storms. These are probably not going to be the strongest tornadoes in the world, but they can still deal significant damage. So multiple areas of rotation out here. Yeah. So right here near Oxford, one pretty much over Cambridge, and then another south of Church Creek in Maryland, where things are tightening up. The one near Cambridge looks to be the least concerning of the 3 to me. They're all concerning, but the one near Oxford looks pretty, and the one near Church Creek, those ones look a little more concerning than the one over Cambridge at this current moment, at least, the most recent radar scan that we have. Jumping back over to Nebraska, my beloved, we do have quite the hail core, and this thing is right over Scottsbluff at this point. So if we get a tornado, it's going to clip the west side of town. So I really hope we do not get a tornado with this right now. Again, this storm produced a tornado, a very brief tornado, not long ago, just near Mitchell. And that hail core is very much there. So this one is dropping hail and possibly could drop a tornado as well. It's tagged for 2-inch hail. And again, we had a funnel cloud not long ago. And this has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So now it is tagged for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We had tennis ball-sized hail reported near Scottsbluff 3 minutes ago. So this is a really dangerous one. A really dangerous storm if you're in Scottsbluff. So if you're in Scottsbluff, you need to get inside, like, immediately. This is not one you want to play around with, as we did just get another tornado warning in Maryland. So probably the one I was just talking about. We sure did. Okay, so we got all 3 of these couplets warned here in Maryland now. So our counties under warnings include Dorchester, Wicomico, Caroline, Talbot, and then Dorchester again. So 3 different pockets of rotation here along a line of thunderstorms near Cambridge, Church Creek, and Oxford. It keeps moving on me as I draw my little circles. So we got to watch this one very, very closely here in Maryland, as we could have 3 tornadoes spat out in a straight north to south line here throughout Maryland. And Maryland is no stranger to tornadoes, by the way. They do get them. So yeah, 3 different areas of rotation here passing through Maryland. This is definitely a very concerning one here. Even if you don't get a tornado, you'll probably get some wind damage with these cells here. But if you're in areas like Cambridge, Trapp, Preston, Hurlick, Mardella Springs, Vienna, you got to be taking this seriously and getting yourself to some sort of a storm shelter as quickly as possible. Let's check in on our Pueblo storm that had multiple confirmed tornadoes, as it is recycling in real time, and we may still have 2 couplets. Yeah. We still may have 2 couplets here. So possibly multiple areas of rotation here near Pueblo. The last time we had a confirmed tornado was 4 minutes ago, where we had 1 confirmed tornado. This was near Fowler, and confirmed by law enforcement that are broadcasting out there, as well as storm chasers. So good on them. This is another one of the reasons why we need storm chasers. It looks like there's some sort of a boundary here. I'm not sure if this is the storm's own outflow boundary or not. The more dominant, if it is the storm's outflow boundary, then the more dominant updraft should be this one over here. However, it seems as though the more dominant updraft has been back near Fowler here. So that's interesting. Our storm in Scotts Bluff had its warning polygon updated, so we're going to take a look at that. It is now only including Scotts Bluff County. And we do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm, but if we did, it would be just southwest of downtown Scotts Bluff. So a very concerning one, and regardless, throughout Scotts Bluff, it's dropping large to very large hail, possibly tennis balls falling out of the sky. We're looking pretty elevated in the air here, and you can see these, if I can, where'd it go? If I can get a view on this, there we go. Here is these silvers and grays that are coming through, despite how high we are in the atmosphere. That is very, very, very concerning. Big time hail coming down near Scotts Bluff. Tennis ball or baseball sized hail. Down near Fowler again, this one's also dropping significant hail. It's tagged for 3-inch hail as well, so that's also like tennis ball, baseball sized hail. And possibly 2 different little couplets going on here. This is quite the interesting storm. Yeah, we could easily have 2 different couplets with 2 different tornadoes ongoing here south of Fowler. The last time we had a tornado confirmed at this, or in this polygon, was 6 minutes ago. And this was 26 miles west of La Junta. So this is a very concerning one. Let's jump back to Maryland, our triplets over here. 3 different pockets of rotation. The northernmost one looks like it is weakening here. So it's still there. Definitely recycling a little bit, but it's still there, still concerning. This one is headed towards Bethlehem. And then our one that just came out of Cambridge is now near Barber and Secretary, moving off towards Hurlick and what is that? Federalsburg? Federalsburg. Yeah, all right. We're getting there with the city pronunciations. And then a little further south near Church Creek, we still have another couplet headed towards Vienna. So potentially triplets out in Maryland. Seeing from Scott Caseman in the chat, our good friend, it's Wycomico County. Interesting. So we're looking at Dorchester, Wycomico, Caroline, Talbot, and again, Dorchester. Those are the counties within warnings in Maryland. And if I disable our warning polygons for just a second to give you a picture of what this line looks like. This is a bowing line of thunderstorms here, stretching all the way from Delaware down through Maryland and into Virginia. So a lot of times it is this type of area where you get that bowing part that comes out. That is our main area of concern for those embedded QLCS tornadoes, at least statistically. There isn't a ton of research that exists on that. Jumping out to Pueblo yet again. This cell's taking on a weird shape. We still have a decently tight couplet near Fowler, so we could still have a tornado on the ground near Fowler here. So this is what we got to continue to pay close attention to. Yeah. I'm not seeing a debris signature on radar, but we still could have a tornado on the ground. There's nothing for it to hit out there since it's south of town now, so no way for us to get a debris signature on radar. We might be looking at a 3-body scatter hail spike here with some of this tennis ball sized hail coming out of Olney Springs and Fowler right now. I mean, these are some pretty intense hail cores out in that direction. Seeing a question in the chat, are Illinois and Indiana doing okay today? Well, I don't see any warnings out there right now. There really shouldn't be anything out there today. However, it's looking like we might have another round of severe weather coming for that region in the not so distant future. Still near Fowler, is definitely concerned with a possible tornado on the ground here. Let's jump back up to Nebraska, where we still have quite the inflow going on, and the rotation looks like it's actually tightened up a little bit. So the rotation is now just south of Scottsbluff, near Gering. So this is a discrete supercell, a destructive severe thunderstorm, tagged with tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Quite concerning stuff. Out in northeast Colorado, we still have this storm as well, which has got ridiculous hail core and some pretty ridiculous inflow. I can't believe this one's probably going to put down. This one screams that it wants to put down a tornado to me. So this is a pretty concerning tornado warning polygon out here for Washington County, Colorado. We're going to want to monitor this one very closely as well. Either way, tornado or no tornado, the hail on this thing is ridiculous. You can see all those silvers and grays in a giant pile there. That is a powerful thunderstorm. So giant hail going on in northeast Colorado and southeast Colorado. Perhaps a tornado going on near Fowler, although I think we're probably occluded at this point. The last time this tornado was confirmed was 11 minutes ago. So probably occluded right now, could easily recycle. And then we have some triplets going on in Maryland, where we have 3 different couplets located along a line. The northernmost one looks to be kind of broadened out. The one near Secretary still looks kind of prominent, as does the one headed towards Vienna. So here are our areas of concern right now, near Secretary and then west of Vienna. And then we could easily see a recycle up here, eventually headed towards Harmony, all out in Maryland. And eventually these might be headed into Delaware too. So if you're out there, take it seriously. We do have or I thought we did. It looked like we had a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. It's gone now. If we did have one, it's gone now. We have quite the massive severe thunderstorm warnings going on here in Virginia and North Carolina. I'm assuming all of these are just tagged for wind. Yeah, these aren't really going to be hail producers, just a giant wind bag going on, stretching all the way from North Carolina and then up literally like through Delaware. This is a very, very large line of thunderstorms. Up in Jersey, we still have that cell we were looking at earlier that was trying to become supercellular in nature. It doesn't really look that threatening to me anymore, which is great news. Let's jump back over to the Central Plains where our ongoing tornado risk is. Still no recent confirmation on a tornado near Fowler, though it is possible. And either way, this is a giant hail producer for sure. Tennis ball size hail coming out of this guy. But the storm does look to be a little bit choked off and possibly falling apart. I'm not really seeing any rotation here at this point, or any concerning rotation anyway. Back up in Nebraska near Scotts Bluff, we did just have an extension on this tornado warning. It is starting to just move out of Scotts Bluff, which is good news. I think the tornado it didn't put down a tornado in Scotts Bluff, which is great. But we did have a very brief tornado near Mitchell, just northwest of Scotts Bluff. That's up here. We had a very brief tornado up there and a couple of funnel clouds reported as this storm moved through the Scotts Bluff area or just west of. And now it is beginning to head out of Scotts Bluff and continuing on its path south-southeast. All right. Looking at Washington County, Colorado, this is still the one that screams out at me like it wants to put down a tornado. This one is now near Akron, Plattner, and Otis. And that considerable, severe thunderstorm warning has been extended pretty far south here. So this one's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail, which they, let's see, I don't think anything's been confirmed. The tornado warning has been lifted on that one. The radar data doesn't look incredible, but the morphology of this storm, the way it's got just incredible inflow on it, screams out to me like it wants to recycle and put down a tornado. So we're going to continue to watch this one pretty closely here. That inflow region is pretty wide, though, I will say. So it's going to need to get its act together if it wants to put down a tornado. Near Scotts Bluff, the tornado warning has been lifted, and we've only got the remaining tornado warning, the extension that is headed down towards the south, as this one does look to be not quite as tornadic on the latest scan anyway. Still a very significant hail producer either way. So still a very, very threatening thunderstorm. All right, going back to Maryland, we did have all these tornado warnings just get lifted, or 2 of them got lifted. We may see another one get put down. Okay, so I think we're going to see another tornado warning get put down towards Federalsburg. I think they're in the process of establishing a new tornado warning somewhere within this white region here. And then also here's our other couplet headed right towards the northern part of Vienna and towards Sharptown right now. Yeah, the northernmost rotation near Preston looks to be pretty much dead. That was up here. So nothing really there. And then the one near Secretary and Hurlock headed towards Federalsburg. This rotation was moving out of the warning polygon. I'll show it here really quickly. There's Zoom in a little closer. This rotation was moving out of the polygon, so they opted to lift it, and I would imagine they're going to put a new polygon headed towards Federalsburg. And then the southernmost cell has weakened a little bit, the rotation, but it is still headed right towards Vienna, or just north of Vienna. And then we still have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the Scottsbluff storm. Again, it's tornado warned as well. The tornado threat looks to be a little lower now than it was, but this is still a giant hail producer nonetheless. So a very significant hail producer, and this one could easily recycle and get ready to put down a tornado any minute here. So the tornado threat is not gone by any stretch. As you can see, it's definitely starting to notch itself back out in terms of morphology anyway. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely. And then our confirmed tornado near Fowler, Colorado, was last confirmed as of 4 minutes ago. Still confirmed. No new tornadoes have been observed in the last 10 minutes, but strong rotation is still located in the Fowler vicinity. Okay, so that's what they've got going on. Interesting updates here from the Pueblo National Weather Service office. I'm not really seeing that strong rotation, so they must be seeing it visually, as in the storm chasers who are out there. If I turn on Spotter Network, you'll see there are a handful of chasers out there on this storm. So we've had a couple of live feeds that were able to confirm these tornadoes earlier here. So that one's becoming a little bit messier, which is good. Alrighty. Our storm near Akron, still trying to recycle itself. This one's now pushing towards Plattner and Otis. So that's one we got to watch as well. Up in Maryland, we have not seen a new tornado warning put in that middle area of rotation, middle relative to the 3 that we had seen earlier. So a tiny bit of rotation up here near Matthews, very weak. Near Hurlock, hang on. All my business is messed up. Maybe that's not rotation there. I just realized I was on the wrong storm motion vector. So we've got a little rotation near Hurlock, headed towards Federalsburg. That doesn't look super impressive. Definitely looks like it's starting to occlude a little bit. We still have rotation near Vienna headed towards Sharptown, though, as well. We'll take a quick look at what's going on back in Jersey as things still messy out there. This storm looks like it still wants to have inflow, but it's not really rotating at all. So nothing super concerning here in Jersey. You guys should be mostly out of the woods for right this second. And then that is a terminal radar. Down here through North Carolina and Virginia, we still have this Boeing segment of storms where we have possible rotation here near Keysville. So that's something we need to watch. I don't know if this is tornado possible tagged here. It is not. Definitely a wind producer and possibly a low-end tornado threat there as well. So a little bit of upper level rotation near Fort Mitchell kind of area in Keysville. It's really, it's in a radar hole. It's really hard to tell exactly what we're looking at here. But a pair of possible little bits of rotation. And then back in our confirmed tornado warning near Fowler. Again, this was a confirmed tornado as of, 7 minutes ago, I think. So this storm is now riding the outflow boundary, by the way. It's completely changed its trajectory. It kind of turned left. And if these two cells kind of split, we could see the development of multiple areas of rotation. The most significant hail threat is going to be down near Hawley, Colorado right now, where we have quite the tilted hail core, strong tilted updraft. And then up near Scotts Bluff, again, we're excuse me there. We're just south of Scotts Bluff here. Still a very significant hail producer, and this one could still try to recycle itself to put down a tornado at any moment. So that tornado warning is still active. in a very strong hail producer, or a large hail producer, I should say. You see some of those silvers sneaking into there, even at the upper levels here. So a very concerning severe thunderstorm warning for Banner and Scotts Bluff counties in Nebraska. This cell down near Kim we've been watching for a little while. Hasn't really done much. But we need to continue to watch that one in case it gets going. It's moving into a radar hole, as all discrete supercells do. I'm still surprised this one's not tornado warned, to be honest with you. This cell is definitely trying to get its act together and hook around right now. That inflow is starting to get occluded a little bit here. So that inflow is just going to get pinched off, and it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. You can that mass still has to go somewhere, so it's got to speed up, and your low pressure deepens a little bit, and you can get a tornado get spat out right over Plattner there. So a very concerning cell here, not tornado warned right now, but still very concerning. And pretty strong rotation at the mid levels here. We're about 7,000 feet in the air. Back in Maryland, in Wycomico County, as well as Dorchester County, we're still looking at this QLCS tornado threat, where it looks like the threat near Federalsburg is definitely lessened. I'm not too concerned about that, but the threat near Vienna is still there and headed towards Sharptown. Definitely still there. So if you're in Vienna or north of Vienna, or you're near Sharptown, south of Brookview or El Dorado or Galestown, south of any of those cities, you definitely need to be taking this one seriously, as a possible tornado is headed your way out here in Maryland. And eventually we'll be pushing into Delaware. And we might have another area of rotation trying to get going here as it crosses the river. And that one would be headed towards Deal Island or Winona, and eventually towards Princess Anne. All sorts of concerning storms here. A lot of wind producers, these. A lot of wind producers. So a lot of these, here for context, let me just disable the radar and zoom out. So a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings that we're looking at around the map are mostly for wind damage. We actually just had a considerable severe thunderstorm warning pop up in Delaware. What's going on out here in Delaware? As a possible little mini supercell trying to form here, as this one's trying to hook out a little bit and establish some inflow. Interesting. Maybe not. It's got really broad rotation. This one is near Farmington, Harrington, Houston, and Milford. It could be tornado possible tagged. It's not. But yeah, definitely one to watch here in Delaware now as well. Is this polygon, this considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygon, literally encompasses from west border to east border of Delaware. Quite the large polygon. Jumping back to the Pueblo radar, which is now online, thankfully. Still no recent confirmation on this tornado. Last time it was confirmed was 12 minutes ago. Quite the hail core going on near Hawley, and especially just west of Hawley, Colorado here. So this is for Crowley, Otero, and Pueblo counties in Colorado. We have a very, very strong tilted updraft here producing hail near Hawley. Interesting. Okay, and looking at our Atwood cell again, which is now near Akron and Plattner. Again, I'm still kind of surprised that this hasn't been tornado warned. I guess they're waiting to let it develop a little more and pinch itself off a little bit more before they go ahead and put a tornado warning on it. but near Plattner and Otis. Definitely at risk for a possible tornado warning, and especially south of those two towns I just mentioned, Plattner and Otis. So this is out here in Washington County, Colorado. Check in on our Maryland rotation. Headed towards Vienna. Definitely broadening out. Definitely weakening. So the tornado threat headed towards Sharptown is definitely decreasing, which is fantastic news. And then we still have a tornado warning ongoing south of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, as this storm is trying to recycle itself and get going again. Still a significant hail producer, regardless here. Again, we're looking at the top like half of this storm. The bottom half's cut off because we're far from the radar. But even then, we're seeing some of these grays and silvers get tossed into the mix here. There's some of them. It's really hard to see them sometimes, but I'll just circle it. Here's some of those grays and silvers right in there, popping up. Oh my goodness. All right, let's jump back over to our Pueblo storm and see. Still no more recent confirmation on a tornado there. I'm not really seeing any type of rotation really anywhere in this thing. I think the outflow boundary that it ran into kind of killed it. I don't think that was its own outflow boundary. I think there was a pre-existing boundary that was set up there that this thing ran into, and it kind of killed it. But the hail is still monstrous near Hawley. This is a really significant hail core here. Very, very well sheared environment. As you can see, this updraft is just at such a steep angle here. So a well sheared environment, which is oftentimes conducive to tornadoes like we saw, and our tornado warning there has been lifted. So we no longer have a tornado warning in Colorado, but we do have two out in Nebraska, an extension now of the Scotts Bluff storm. So this is an ongoing set of tornado warnings. It's been extended 3 times from the original warning at this point. So a total of 4 tornado warning polygons issued on this storm. We are now headed towards Reddington eventually. And this is still a very significant hail producer, tagged with 2 3/4 inch hail as well. So that's up to tennis ball sized hail coming out of this thing. All right, so we're going to continue watching this one pretty closely here. Let's check in on Maryland and Dorchester and Wicomico counties. All right. Okay, rotation is gone. It's not completely gone, but it's significantly broadened out and not capable of producing a tornado. So the National Weather Service has lifted that warning. So we have no tornado warnings in Maryland. We just have the one tornadic supercell up south of Scotts Bluff. So that is our only main concern on the map for a tornado threat, or our only immediate concern, I should say, for a tornado threat right now. The cell near Otis and Plattner is still concerning to me personally, and it is still a considerable severe thunderstorm. Seeing a message in the chat, Lindale, Georgia looks interesting. Okay, let's take a trip down to Georgia. Thank you. Okay, Lindale, Georgia. Where is that? Right there. Okay, yeah, a little bit of a supercell getting going here. Broad and slightly weak rotation. This one's trying to get its act together. It's a young supercell. This was not here a little bit ago, the last time we were looking at Georgia. Looks like we may have one near Huntsville as well. Let me check on that in a second once I can get some more frames. Yeah, this is a pretty young supercell. Trying to get itself organized. You can see it cycle itself a little bit to the south here. Yeah. So a young supercell trying to get itself organized. So we'll continue to watch that one. Possibly one near Huntsville. Oh. Definitely some strong rotation embedded in this storm near Huntsville. So this one's headed towards normal, just north of Huntsville. Not tornado warned and maybe doesn't need to be, but we do have a couplet of rotation that could intensify and become tornadic soon. So we could see a tornado warning slapped on that soon, depending on how aggressive Huntsville wants to be. This is going to be headed towards Normal, Chase, maybe near Mooresville, south of Newmarket. And Plevna mentioned, by the way. Shout out Tim Kern. All right, jumping back to Nebraska. Oh, we just had a tornado warning in Alabama. That might be for that storm I was just looking at moments ago. But we just had a new tornado warning for Jackson and Madison counties in Alabama. I think that is the storm I was just looking at. Let me get back down there. So this should pop up on my map any second here. I'm going to assume that's what this is for, as this rotation's definitely tightened up a little bit here near Huntsville. So couplet here headed towards Normal, Chase, Moores Mill, and there it is. Okay, so that is what we were looking at. So we do have a new tornado warning for Jackson and Madison counties. So Huntsville opting to be slightly aggressive there, as that rotation's definitely tightening up, though. So that one is now headed out towards Normal, Chase, Moores Mill, excuse me. So this one is just northwest of Huntsville right now and could clip the northern suburbs of Huntsville. So if you're in that area, definitely make sure you're taking this one pretty seriously. Down in Georgia, as we can go from the Atlanta radar, we're kind of in a radar hole here, unfortunately. What are we looking at? This is 5,500 feet in the air. From Huntsville, we are 6,000 feet in the air. There's not really a good way to get a great picture on this one. We do have some rotation forming here near Lindale. It's pretty broad, possibly two areas of rotation. Most likely just one, and that's just one of the artifacts of being kind of far from the radar. Going back to Nebraska, our tornado warned supercell that did put down a brief tornado earlier up here. Still moving south-southeast. Still has a pretty monstrous hail core. Yeah, a pretty monstrous hail core here for sure. And this warning is still tagged with 2 3/4 inch hail, excuse me. I wish we could get a radar scan that would show me this mess going on in here. We do have DBZ values coming back at 78.5. So this is a significant hail producer here, without a doubt. And still tornado warned, of course. I'm getting all sorts of aliasing issues going on here. And a bit of a radar hole. But again, we are headed towards Reddington, Nebraska here in the Nebraska Panhandle. A pretty concerning storm. And then the storm near Plattner and Otis, still concerning as well, could become tornadic. It's going to need to cycle itself a little more, but it could get there in the near future. And then Jackson and Madison counties for the Huntsville area down in Alabama, definitely concerning, as that rotation looks to be even tightening up. So we do have a decently strong rotating couplet here, going to clip the northern parts of Huntsville. How do I always manage to rip my headphones out of my ear? Just incredible work here from me. Truly brilliant. All right. Might be time for a little food cam action in a little bit here, as it is a Monday night, so we're having a little Culver's. It's kind of a tradition that's developed here with my mother and my father. They always get Culver's on Monday nights because my mom is returning from an obligation every Monday night, where Culver's is kind of conveniently on the way, and she always comes back hungry. Got a comment from that other Florida man saying, thanks for being the only one going live. Absolutely, bro. I am here to help. That is what I want to do. Yesterday, I couldn't go live because of Father's Day. Wasn't going to do that. Needed to spend time with family. But there were a couple other folks who were live, so that's good. But today we're live, covering the severe weather really all over the country today. Today's setup is whack, to say the very least. And I'll be honest with you, I did not expect at all the gravity of what happened yesterday. I expected that we would probably get a couple tornadoes. I did not expect, and maybe like one strong tornado, but I didn't expect as much as we got yesterday by any stretch. And I know I talked about that in my forecast in the morning on Father's Day, but man, it's a little disappointing and frustrating to be slightly wrong about your forecast, or it's not like I discussed it, like I knew the possibility was there, but I just wasn't really a believer in it, and I was most certainly wrong on that one. So I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, so that forecast, the way it verified, was definitely below my standard, but that's going to happen a lot in meteorology. That is just kind of how it goes. Okay. So rotation near Lindale is definitely there. It's still very weak. We'll see what happens with that. They may tornado warn it in the next few minutes if it continues to uptrend. Our rotation near Huntsville is weakened significantly, so that's good news. And then out in Nebraska, this is still a mess. I mean, this thing is kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous here in Scottsboro. See if we can get a better picture on that hail core now. And we're only looking at the top of this hail core. Yeah, not really giving me a good picture. But that's okay. We're a little far from the radar. It's what you got to come to expect. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning still pushing through Plattner and Otis and starting to go south of there now. Tagged for 80 mile per hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail. And again, this one still does concern me for the possibility of becoming tornadic in the near future. So, and we do have a new tornado warning that just showed up in Delaware for Sussex County. That's going to be another one of these embedded areas of rotation that we've been having. This is actually the one from earlier near Federalsburg that recycled itself and is now getting going again near Bridgeville. So definitely a rotating couplet there, right near Bridgeville, and headed towards the radar unit. So we're going to watch this one pretty closely here in Delaware. As once it gets too close to the radar unit, we're going to have too much interference. We won't have a good picture on it anymore. But near Bridgeville, definitely a couplet going on there. So if you're in that region, if you're near Ellendale, you got to be getting yourself to a basement or some sort of a storm shelter. Interior-most room of a building. Get to a bathroom, no windows. Stay away from windows. The last thing you want is some glass shot at you at 50 miles an hour. That is objectively horrifying. Got N22 Twin in the chat saying, hello, I'm here to watch some weather. I live in Jersey. Hello, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. A good buddy of mine, one of my closest childhood friends, his family is from Jersey. And he wasn't raised there, but his parents are so much from Jersey that he's got the accent. But he was raised here in St. Louis. But yeah, couplet out in Bridgeville, definitely concerning. Let's jump back to Huntsville and see if that one's starting to re-intensify or if it's dying out. Looks like it's dying out. Definitely dying out. So we're probably going to see this tornado warning in Alabama get lifted here near Huntsville. They might give it one more radar scan to check on it. But yeah, let's check up on Nebraska here. Near Reddington, still just a giant hail producer. The original tornado, or the I guess like the least recent tornado warning. I couldn't find the right words to use to describe it. For Banner and Scotts Bluff counties, it's going to get lifted here within minutes, maybe seconds. And then the other tornado warning that encompasses Banner and Morrill counties, Nebraska, will probably continue. We're going to stay with this Delaware one here in Bridgeview, as it does intrigue me quite a bit. Well, it's right about that point where you would start wanting to look at it. Give me just a second as I got to grab a paper towel. Okay. Sorry about that. Okie dokie. So, still sitting here in Bridgeville with this QLCS embedded couplet here that could produce a tornado at any minute headed towards Ellendale. Excuse me. All right. Okay. So our destructive severe thunderstorm warning was extended with a new polygon here in northeast Colorado for Washington County. And this one is now stretching all the way to Anton and Cope, or Anton. Anton and Cope in northeastern Colorado down here. Back near Pueblo, the storm near Fowler that produced a tornado earlier. Still putting down some significant hail, not really seeing any kind of rotation in there. But a possible inflow notch. So that's one we want to watch closely. Definitely a big time hail producer still going on here. You can see that strong tilted updraft with the bounded, or the weak echo region, excuse me, where you have, I'll try to frame it a little better here, where you have these heavier targets suspended in the air above nothingness down here. That is indicative of a very strong updraft. All right, let's jump back over to Delaware. Still looking at Bridgeville here. As the rotation has weakened just a little bit in the latest radar scan. But again, we're going to continue to stay with this. Seeing a message in the chat about flash flooding ongoing in Jersey or Washington. There's definitely all sorts of flash flooding threat throughout eastern Pennsylvania and portions of Jersey here. I mean, they've gotten tons of rainfall in the last 4 or 5 hours. Out in Delaware, we're still watching this Bridgeville couplet, which is definitely weakened, but again, it's getting closer to the radar. We're looking even almost too low. So the couplet's still there. It's just, yeah, we're just so low to the ground here. Is there a terminal radar nearby this? There is not. Womp. But that's okay. So near Bridgeville, could still have a tornado headed towards Ellendale. So you need to take it seriously if you're out in that area. We're getting a little too close to the radar, though. I'm surprised this Huntsville tornado warning has been continued. I don't really see any reason for this to continue to be on the map. And then, whoa. Hate it when I accidentally do that. I right click there. Okay, this little supercell type beat deal going on here near Kingston. Still very young, hasn't really gotten itself going much. One to watch, though. We'll stick with it. There we go. The Huntsville tornado warning has now been lifted. I don't know why that was still on the map. Up in Nebraska, our tornado warning is still active near Reddington, as it should be, as this one still does look pretty concerning here. We are still pretty high in the air. It's so hard to get a good gauge on these. And then we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing. South of Otis, Plattner, Akron, Yuma. All throughout this area here. This is Washington County, Colorado. All right, we'll jump back over to Delaware real quick and take a look if we've got anything going on here that we can see a little better. Yeah, it might be intensive. Okay, I'm not really convinced of anything going on here. We're just so close to the radar, though, it's kind of too hard to tell. We're 100 feet in the air. So it's a little too difficult to tell if we've got anything going on here between Bridgeville and Ellendale. But if you're in that tornado warning polygon, stay in a basement or something just in case. We do have this Boeing line of thunderstorms pushing through Maryland and Virginia still, which is going to continue to bring the widespread risk for wind damage as it eventually pushes off into the Atlantic. Out in Jersey, we still have a bunch of thunderstorms going on up there. That's going to pose the risk for flooding and also still straight line wind damage, possibly a spin-up tornado if anything can get going more efficiently. Down in North Carolina, mostly a wind event going on. We have a terminal radar in Charlotte. The more you know. And then our Huntsville storm is a dud at this point for the time being. Now, it could easily recycle. In fact, it might be recycling. It's most certainly recycling. Okay. So we have another couplet, a new area of rotation near Chase. So we could see another tornado warning get placed on the storm, as we do have another couplet that's going to be moving off towards the northeast, eventually towards areas like Skyline or High Top. Or Skyline, excuse me. Skyline or High Top. We could see a tornado warning get placed on that. So that's one we want to watch. That's just north of Huntsville, northeast of Huntsville, I should say, right near Chase. That's out for Madison County, Alabama, I believe. Another quick look at our Delaware storm. Yeah, it's just, there's no way to tell, honestly. It's too close to the radar. So if we can get any reports out of that area, that'd be ideal. There's some folks in the area. Spotter dot's turned on. Looking at Banner and Morrill counties in Nebraska, where we still have this giant hail producer that has been trying to recycle and get itself going to spit out a tornado since around Scotts Bluff, where it did put down a brief tornado near Mitchell, just northwest of Scotts Bluff, excuse me. And then in the farthest northwestern portions of Nebraska near Harrison, we have another cell trying to get going here that I'm skeptically looking at, as it could be a supercell, could be trying to get itself going to eventually become a tornado producer. Southeast of Pueblo, the former multiple tornado at a time cell producer has basically reorganized itself a little bit. It's not rotating at all, but it's definitely reorganized itself a little bit. So we could see some spin get ingested into that storm as it continues to propagate towards the southeast. It does have quite the hail core going on. So still a powerful storm there. And again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County and northeast Colorado, where this one could still become tornadic as well. In fact, the latest scan looks the best out of any of the more recent scans that we've seen over the last like 20 minutes or so. Okay. We have for Bent. Okay, sorry. These are this storm down here is now in Bent and Otero counties. Excuse me. I did not realize that the counties had shifted down here. So we are in Bent and Otero counties. And this hail core, I want to keep trying to get good pictures of this thing because it looks juicy. That's the latest scan. A lot of those grays and silvers in there. So a very powerful hail core. Let's jump back over to Delaware, where we still can't really tell much. It's just so close to the radar. We're looking at 150 feet in the air. I mean, what am I to do? What am I to do? We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Powder River, Montana. So that's a fun one. See if we can get up that way. I'm assuming that's got to be this guy. Yep, there it is. So we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning down here for Epsy, Broadus, Boys, eventually towards Biddle and Hammond. And Alzada and Albion are areas I've been to. Very, very, very gorgeous area over there. Like absolutely breathtaking. We saw some of the most incredible supercell structure I've seen in my life out there. It was insane. We were started down in the Badlands and worked our way all the way up. And we took whatever this highway is. I don't remember what this is. But we went from Belforge all the way up to Alzada and then followed it to Albion. And then eventually had to turn around as it was about sunset and we had to start heading back. The tornado threat was diminished. It was just a giant structure fest. It was gorgeous. There were so many lowerings, like 0 precip supercells. It was just stunning, man. All right, back from the Cheyenne radar. They have issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning ahead of our cell that's moving away from Scotts Bluff, which leads me to believe they're going to cancel the tornado warning or at least allow it to expire, especially if this is tornado possible tagged. It is not. Okay, it's not tornado possible tagged, so maybe they'll continue the tornado warning. as it's looking it's still looking pretty good. It's looking better now than it did a little bit ago. So still a tornado threat just south of Reddington. This one's headed towards Dalton and Gurley down here in Cheyenne and Morrill counties, Nebraska. So we've got to continue to watch this one as well. Let's jump back over to Delaware. We're just too far from everything. We're too far from everything. Outstanding. Can't see anything here. The rotation's right over the radar. It's right over Ellendale. We're too close to the one radar that's over there, and we're too far away from everything else. Just outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. So yeah, that's a concerning one. Still possible tornado there in Delaware, but really wind damage through this entire line of thunderstorms is just as concerning. Okay, I am growing increasingly concerned about this supercell up here for Washington County, Colorado. It is a destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning, which the RFD is beginning to occlude that inflow. So essentially, here's your inflow here, and you're going to have this RFD coming this way, and that inflow area is getting pinched off real tight there. And so as this inflow moves through that tighter area, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose and it has to move faster. So your pressure will drop as a result of those winds moving faster, and your updraft is ingesting lower pressure and faster winds. Your rotation enhances and you get a tornado. So I'm definitely growing increasingly concerned about this one spitting out a tornado here. This is just north of Anton and Cope, or Washington County, Colorado. South of Yuma, Otis, Plattner, and Akron. So we'll continue to watch this one to see if we get a tornado warning with it. Everything tonight just wants to exist in radar holes, and it's making it so incredibly difficult to track. But again, we will continue to stay with this hail producing and possible tornado producing supercell in Reddington. I mean, look how high up in the atmosphere we're looking. The lowest we're getting is 10,000 feet. About. Now, we did have our destructive severe thunderstorm warning that encompassed Akron, Plattner, and Otis get removed. So now the destructive warning is just headed, it's just basically the path of this storm, as our tornado warning in Delaware was just canceled. So we're down to one tornado warning on the map, which is also probably about to get canceled for Reddington, which is Banner and Morrill counties in Nebraska here. So we're probably not done for the night. There we go. They just issued a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the current storm. I guess they've expected these wind gusts to have weakened a little bit here. I'm genuinely pretty surprised that we're not seeing a tornado warning on this. I mean, there must be. Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, I see what's going on here. So basically, to put it simply, there's all of these storm spotters out there, a lot of storm chasers and a couple of big names. Adam Lucio, Hunter Folks out there. Those are just the ones that I see immediately that I recognize. So all of those folks out there are giving live feeds to the National Weather Service. So as soon as they see that low-level rotation develop, they'll go ahead and issue a tornado warning. If there was no one looking at this storm, you would probably issue a tornado warning on this because the mid-level rotation is so strong and you can't see what's going on at the lowest levels. But because we have folks out there and we can get a visual on the storm with their live feeds, we don't need to preemptively issue any kind of tornado warnings. That's probably not exactly the case up here in Nebraska. There's only a few people out there, and we don't know if they have live feeds or not. Yeah, I mean, we have no clue, no way to know. But that is our only tornado warning on the map right now is in Nebraska. Near Midland, we do have a severe thunderstorm going on. They've issued a warning just out ahead of it. I'm guessing it's probably moving pretty quickly. That warning is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Seems like a pretty young storm. I'm not going to go back in time and get all the frames on it, as we do have a tornado warning still in place, just one, but I want to go ahead and stick with it, as the storm has pretty much moved, or at least the rotation has moved out of the polygon, so that tornado warning is probably going to get canceled within seconds here. So we will be down to 0 tornado warnings on the map not long from now. Most likely, at least, which is fantastic news. So yeah, we still have tons of folks on this pretty significant supercell for Washington County, Colorado. This is still a destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning out here. Let's take a look at our former tornado producer that came out of Pueblo. Yeah, still not really seeing any kind of rotation on this one. Significant hail core nonetheless. Still a very strong tilted updraft. Not quite as sheared as it was earlier, which might explain the lack of rotation. And up in Nebraska, I think this warning should be expiring any second here. It does have 9 natural minutes left on it, but I doubt it's going to last that long. And we could still see another tornado warning issued out ahead of it. It's not outside the realm of possibility, as this thing is still rotating pretty good at the mid-levels. I don't know if we have any kind of a visual on this storm from the folks that are out there. There's really like four storm spotters in the area. So if any of them have a live feed, it'll be the same thing as what's going on in Colorado, where the mid-level rotation looks good, which is the lowest level we can see on radar. But they're not going to issue a tornado warning unless they see that low-level rotation start to get going on those live feeds. Taking a quick trip down to Georgia. Not impressive at all. Headed to Cartersville. Very weak, very broad rotation there. South Carolina. A very, very young cell trying to get going. It is already severe thunderstorm warned. This one's for Montmorency, Windsor. Eventually headed towards Sally, Perry, and Wagner. And then looking back towards the mid-Atlantic, out in Virginia, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds with a little bit of a bowing segment through McKinney, as well as surrounding areas. Whoa, why am I in pink? There we go. Headed out that direction towards the east. So areas like Dinwiddie, Stony Creek, Purdy, or Jarrett. Jarrett? Giraffe. We'll call it Giraffe. We're just going to make up town names together. That's what we do here. Still, definitely a wind-producing event here. Stretching throughout Maryland, Delaware, even into the southern tip of Jersey, and then down through Virginia as well. So big-time wind-producing event that'll eventually push off into the Atlantic. All right, let's jump back to our tornado warning in Nebraska. As the storm is now pretty much entirely out of that warning polygon. It still looks concerning on radar, but we are looking at the mid-levels. Like I said, we're at 8,000 feet, so we're pretty high up here. You worked in Dinwiddie and don't know how to pronounce that other one. Oh, Jarrett or Jarrett. Yeah, that's real. That's very real. I think I do a pretty solid job with town pronunciations and county name pronunciations. Sometimes you never know. But in general, I think I do a pretty solid job compared to some of my friends that I've watched learning some of their new county names and some of my friends who are broadcast meteorologists. I've, watched some of them trying to learn their county names. As our tornado warning was lifted in Nebraska. So we are down to 0 tornado warnings on the map. So we'll stay with things for a little while here. And we'll monitor the situation closely. And eventually make a decision on if we're going to continue the broadcast tonight or not. At the top of your screen, you'll see that update for Banner and Morrill counties, Nebraska. That is the warning being lifted. So we do not have any warnings on the map anymore. Tornado warnings, I should say. Plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. And a couple of storms with some rotation going on, including the one in Nebraska. Still has mid-level rotation going on. And then out in Washington County, Colorado, still rotation going on there as well. That storm has been downgraded from a destructive severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable. So we have no tornado warnings and no destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on the map anymore. We do have a considerable for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts going here through Dinwiddie and McKinney out in Virginia. And then going back up further northeast to the mid-Atlantic in Maryland and Delaware. Just a giant wind threat going on here. Nothing crazy. You're not going to see any kind of a hail threat. You could see some embedded tornadoes like we saw earlier in Maryland. Any of those could get spun up. It doesn't take long for them to get going. Anywhere where you get these little S shapes on the map like that, that is where your concern is going to be for those tornadoes. And you can see various little notches starting to form. There's all sorts of them going on. And where any of those can tighten up and you see them start to wrap around each other, you'll see it in like one scan. And then it'll be ready to go for trying to put down a tornado in the next scan. So those are ones you got to pay close attention to, as we can look at our storm relative velocities here. As you can see, our inflow is coming right off the ocean pretty much. And you can see a little bit of that wavy S action going on in a couple of areas. So down here would be one of my concern areas. Near Pittsville might be another concern area. Nothing that is looking tornadic right this second. But yeah. And actually these okay, so these would probably be the types of areas where you'd be getting some gustnados or some landspouts ahead of these. So these might be landspout possible tagged. I don't know if they even are doing that anymore. They're tornado possible tagged. Okay, so in these areas you might get some landspouts. So essentially right out ahead of the storm. I guess I could draw this out. It's not that hard. And we got some blue ocean right here off the side of the screen I can use as free space. Okay, so here's the surface. Here's your storm, right? And it's going back this way. And your updraft is tilted backwards. But out ahead of this storm, you have its cold pool and outflow going on, where you have this wedge of cold air pushing this way that forces, so I'll put a C here for cold air. And over here you have relatively warm air that's being forced up and over the cold pool there. So what happens is a lot of times you'll have some of these lower elevated, not very elevated clouds that connect back to your main storms here. And as this air gets forced up ahead of it, it ingests rotation and it connects to that cloud. So you get a land spout, which is not a tornado. A tornado originates from a mesocyclone. So a land spout you could get that comes out of this, or a little gustnado, which is the type of thing that you would see where it doesn't connect all the way to the cloud, but you have this little swirling column of air where you have, it looks like a little surface tornado out ahead of those winds. So that's going to be the risk associated with these storms pushing through Delaware and Maryland right now, is definitely a land spout risk. Maybe you could see a little bit of an embedded tornado risk further north along this line near like Dagsboro, for example, as you get into northern portions of this line, I guess. So essentially up here. There you could have more of a tornado risk, and down here you'd have more of a land spout or gustnado risk. Hopefully that helps. But in general, nothing terribly concerning going on in Delaware or Maryland right now. Nothing really terribly concerning going on in Jersey. A couple of these thunderstorms could try to get going. They just look like general convection, though. Nothing that impresses me at all. Of course, we have this 70-mile-per-hour wind tagged Boeing segment pushing through Virginia here, through Dinwiddie, and eventually towards Stony Creek and Petersburg. Maybe south of Petersburg. But we have no tornado warnings on the map. I don't know why my overlay has not updated. Of course, I know I'm flashing red above my head still, but we don't have any tornado warnings on the map for the time being. But in Yuma, Colorado, we could get one eventually. Or south of Yuma, I should say. As this one still has that rotation. It's just not impressive. It's, again, we're not going to see a tornado warning put on this prematurely. We're only going to see one if any of these storm spotters that are showing up on the map down here show on their broadcast any type of low-level rotation. So the National Weather Service is going to be watching all of those broadcasts on a bunch of monitors they have in their facility, and they'll be watching that very closely. But this storm is headed down towards Kirk. Let me turn off dots. Headed towards Joe's, Cope, Kirk, and Anton, Colorado. This is out here in Yuma, Bent, Las Animas, and Otero. Oh, excuse me. This is in Yuma County and Washington County, Colorado. Bent, Las Animas, and Otero is for this thunderstorm down here south of La Junta, or La Junta. Perhaps. This one's still a hail producer, and it's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well, but it's looking at baseball-sized or tennis ball-sized hail. So big-time hail producer still going on down there in southeastern Colorado. And we did just get a tornado warning. Okay, there we go. What I was just talking about, if that low-level rotation got enhanced, we would see a tornado warning get put here in Washington, Colorado, which is exactly what we just got. It looks like things have been wrapping up here. So we've got a tornado warning in play just north of Cope. And there's a bunch of folks on this storm right now. I would imagine they may have said something about that. They just have it capable of, okay, radar indicated rotation, capable of producing a tornado. They don't have a hail tag on it, but the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds it does have a hail tag. All right. Keeping up with things out here just north of Cope, Colorado. Nobody says Colorado. I don't even say Colorado. I just felt like saying that in the moment. Fine. Okay. Again, we have tons of storm spotters out there, bunch of storm chasers in the area. So if we get a tornado with this, we're going to know it instantly. Ryan Skull's out there. Hunter Folks is out there. Adam Lucio's out there. What are some other names I recognize? Oh, Cameron Williams is out there. Wait, what's Cameron Williams doing out there? I wonder. He'd probably let me use the photo on stream if he gets one. Wow. Ooh. Cameron Williams is okay. I'm gonna ask him. He's seeing some awesome structure out there. I'm gonna ask him if I can show this on stream, and he said yes. What a nice guy. He does not have to do that. I don't have any kind of a broadcast rights deal with him by any stretch. He's just a friend of ours. We'll go ahead and show this. From Cameron Williams out there. Whoa, why are we so zoomed in? Excuse me? Why am I zoomed in at 300%? Okay. Here's his photo. Gorgeous, gorgeous structure out there in Colorado. And I don't know if this is right now. It was definitely recent. This is the storm that we've been watching in Washington County, Colorado. But I don't know if that was right now or not. But yeah, there he is. I mean, where'd he go? There he is. He's right out there with a handful of folks. Cameron Williams right there. There he is. Very, very nice of him to allow us to use that photo or take a look at that photo on stream there. Again, this is our only tornado warning on the map. We did just have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning put up for Carbon County, Wyoming here. As this one is a wind producer for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's one of those elevated thunderstorms here. We're looking at 13,000 feet in the air. Yeah, just a big wind producer up there in Colorado. Or excuse me, Wyoming. Down in Colorado, in Yuma and Washington counties, we still have still got rotation going on here. kind of in this area. Could be rain wrapped by this point if we do get a tornado. From what Cameron was showing us a moment ago, it does seem to be pretty high precip. It is a really gorgeous supercell, beautiful shelf cloud in bell shape. That thing is it. It looks like morphology wise, it's like reestablishing new inflow here, as the inflow was kind of occluded there, and now we're getting new inflow cleanly established. I can play that cycle a little bit. So you can see the inflow region through here initially gets cut off and occluded, and now this storm is trying to recycle and reestablish good inflow and get going again. Okay. So we're going to stay with this storm here in Colorado and then probably call it for the night after that one. After this one kind of does its life cycle, and we're going to see what happens with it. If anything else pops up that changes my mind about that before then, we can deal with that as well. We still have the supercell that formerly produced a tornado just northwest of Scottsbluff, still kicking down near Gurley and Dalton. As it does seem to have, it does seem to be becoming downdraft dominant and dissipating. So this one's probably going to produce a bunch of damaging wind and then die off here pretty soon. Assuming I am correct in my assumption there. It does look like it's dissipating. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, pretty low risk day, but we did see a handful of confirmed tornadoes so far. Could still see more on the night. We had a storm confirmed to have produced multiple tornadoes at once down in southeastern Colorado near Pueblo. And I would say that our tornado risk in the mid-Atlantic and in the southeast is pretty much completely gone, by the way, at this point, as the sun begins to go down in those regions. In the Central Plains, we probably still have another hour where we could potentially see tornadoes. But yeah, just the one tornado warning just north of Cope. This is out in Washington County, Colorado. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning also encompasses Yuma, Colorado. Yuma County, Colorado, I should say. And then we still have the storm in southeast Colorado that produced our couple of tornadoes earlier in Bent, Las Animas, and Otero counties, southeast of Pueblo. That one's still kicking. Just a hail and wind producer at this point. It's got an inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. It might be becoming downdraft dominant as well and weakening here. Okay. So we're going to stay with this storm near Cope. We're going to see this warning out, and we're going to see what happens. It's got 19 minutes remaining on it. The last time anything was talked about with it was 10 minutes ago. We're going to continue to watch this one pretty closely, especially closely because it's our only tornado warning on the map. So we'll stay especially close with it. What was that, a flash flood warning we just got? We did. We got another flash flood warning out for Philly and Burlington, New Jersey. Philly, obviously, in Pennsylvania. We'll show it. So here's what we're looking at out in Jersey. All sorts of flash flood warnings, and in the Philadelphia area as well. Up in Trenton as well. All sorts of areas and flash flood warnings up there. The tornado risk is really pretty much entirely gone throughout Delaware and Maryland. There is still the risk for an isolated little gustnado or landspout, nothing intense or powerful. The type of twisting column of air that you just kind of sit there and you're like, oh whoa. But it's not like one that you're standing there like, man, I gotta I gotta get in a basement right this second when you see it. Obviously you gotta take them all seriously. I'm mostly joking, but yeah, we do still have considerable severe thunderstorm warning pushing through Virginia from McKinney all the way through DeWitt, Dinwiddie, Petersburg, Prince George, Disputanta, Spring Grove, Waverly, Claremont, Charles City, Hopewell. All sorts of populated areas here where damaging winds are going to be rolling through. Not much of a hail risk at all. Not really much of a tornado risk either. This is just tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that makes sense. Nothing else tagged on it. Unless it's tornado possible tagged, but I doubt it. It is not. All right, let's jump back over to our tornado warning out in Washington. Out in Washington, excuse me. Things do look to be either recycling or weakening. Tough to say here with this. Okay. So, I'm not getting any messages from Cameron Williams, who is a friend of ours who is out there. Still a concerning supercell, though, that could produce a tornado. And we're going to, like I said, we're going to continue to stay with this one for a little while and see what happens with it. And then we will make a decision on whether or not we're going to continue or end the broadcast at that point. Okay. Okay. Still rolling. Again, we don't have any chasers out there. No one to check in with. And this is a calmer night, so, you know, nothing crazy going on here. No reason to be yelling and screaming or, you know, throwing a fit. Nothing like that. We're just chill out here, just covering this one tornado warning that we've got going on just north of Cope, Colorado, and northeastern, Colorado. We do have more severe weather all around the place. Plenty of flash flood warnings. We got a pair of flash flood warnings out in Kentucky. I'm assuming this is just outlining some river that experienced a lot of rain. Yeah, it looks like perhaps a river and some tributaries that got a lot of rain. So some flash flooding possible for Breathitt, Estill, Lee, Jackson, and Rockcastle counties in Kentucky. Out in Maine, we have a flash flood warning for Aroostook County. Possibly received a lot of rain up there this evening. Still some showers in the area. Oh boy, don't do that. And in Jersey, we've got 4 flash flood warnings and then 1 just over the border in Pennsylvania as well. For the greater Philly area, and as well as near Trenton, New Jersey, and then another one in southern central New Jersey as well. And that's about it. Other than that, we've just got our Boeing segment down here of damaging winds, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds headed right towards populated areas like Petersburg, Prince George, Disputanta, Waverly, Spring Grove, Claremont, Charles City, Hopewell, Wakefield, Sussex, Colonial Heights, all sorts of areas down there. And we actually just got a tornado warning on this, right as I'm sitting here staring at it. I didn't look at the velocities. Okay, we have one of those embedded tornadoes just spin up really quickly here. One of those embedded couplets. See, I mean, you can see it clear as day. You don't probably need me to draw it. I mean, it's right there. You can watch it wrap up really, really quickly here. So it goes from flat, and then you see those velocities pick up, those brighter colors show up, and then things wrap up quickly, and you get that S shape that I keep talking about. There's your S. That is the world's worst S. Who drew that? Some garbage meteorologist. There's your S, sort of. That's your S. So you got the S going on there. S stands for storm. Storm means possible tornado. That's where we're at. I'm making up nonsense. So we have a possible tornado just north of Sussex and east of Stony Creek. And this one's going to be headed right towards Waverly and Wakefield. So this is an embedded tornado in a line of thunderstorms, which is also producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is not a storm you want to be standing outside in front of. It's not one that you're going to get hail dumped on your head, but you are going to get blasted with winds, rain, maybe a little bit of debris, and then possibly an embedded tornado in there as well, headed towards Waverly. As Adrian pokes a little fun at me, saying, possible tornado in the shape of a possible tornado. And if you're in that possible tornado, you should possibly go inside and possibly try to stay possibly safe. Looking back at Washington County, Colorado. Stop zooming back. I don't know why it does that. When I zoom in, sometimes it like tries to zoom back out on me. See that? Anyway, I'm probably just giving you whiplash on your eyes right now. As the cell near Cope is definitely trying to recycle itself. Tornado warning still in place for it right now. Plenty of chasers in the area. Lots of folks that are well known. Adam Lucio, Bryce Shelton. Our friend Cameron Williams is out there. We saw a picture from him not long ago. But for Surrey and Sussex counties in Virginia, definitely looking at a possible tornado to form here with this embedded rotation. Let me pull a few more frames back. Scrims EB says, so it's possible? It might be possibly possible. I don't know. Yeah, this is cool. This is pretty unique. So we can literally follow the motion here. Just watch in the middle of your screen. That's probably going to be a terrible circle. Let me just remove it. But you'll be able to watch things literally spin up here. By this point, you've got a couplet at this point. Ew, why do I have that highlighter thing? You've got a couplet here at this point. And as we go forward in time, then you've got your tornado warning on it. And that's where we're at right now. Not seeing any kind of a CC drop that would indicate we're having debris lofted into the air and being hit by the radar. Our Colorado tornado warning was just lifted, however. So we're going to stay with this Virginia tornado warning for Surrey and Sussex counties, and then we're probably going to call things off for the night. But if you're in this polygon, if you're north of Sussex or in Waverly, make sure that you are in a basement, or if you don't have a basement, interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Put yourself in a bathtub, put a mattress over your head, and put as many layers between you and the tornado as possible. Stay away from windows. Stay low to the ground. Cover your head. Hide your kids. Hide your wife. Real ones know the reference there. As this rotation was pretty short-lived, it does appear to already be falling apart here, headed towards Waverly. Again, I'm not seeing any indication that we've had a tornado with this at any point. But it's obviously possible that we had a tornado. It was just, if we did, it was brief and didn't kick up any debris where the radar detected it. But no indication of a radar-confirmed tornado at this point, and the rotation does appear to be weakening a little bit. or a decent bit. Radar is definitely indicating that our rotation is pretty short-lived here, which makes sense. Did you not just say that? Say what? What'd I say, Adrian? We are pretty close to the radar, so we're looking at the lowest levels of rotation here. As you go up, you can see that rotation in the mid levels is still there. This was actually like 4 minutes ago, though, as we don't get scans quite as often. Oh, you said you did not just say that. Lorian's on a plane right now, I think, or she's going to Corinth because she's about to be getting on a plane soon or something. I don't know. I'm going to give this one more radar scan here. It is possible that we have the world's slightest tornado debris signature here, as we are co-located with higher DBZ values, co-located with your velocity couplet. Most likely, this is not a tornado debris signature. You can never confirm a tornado off something like this. If you get a consecutive scan and you see these couple of pixels move off this direction associated with the high DBZ values and your velocity couplet and that region of greens and blues and your CC and that little white circle grows a little bit, then you could confirm a tornado. But definitely nothing confirmed right this second. I did want to quickly check on our Yuma cell, as it's definitely recycling and trying to get going again. So we might stay on air a little bit longer and stay with it. The cell that produced a couple tornadoes near Fowler is now pushing towards Nina View. And it still looks like it's slightly weakening here. So I'm not terribly concerned about it. I see Scott in the chat saying, wait, Scott, you have multiple accounts? How am I just putting this together? Scott has multiple YouTube accounts. I love it. He says, is any upscaling with the storm near the Colorado town of Kim possible? Where is that? Which storm is that? I don't remember. Oh, wait. That's the one I was on. There's Kim. Okay. Yeah, that's not the Yuma storm. Any upscaling? Let me pull some more frames back and see how convinced I am about whether or not the storm is continuing to dissipate or not. This storm has kind of really recycled itself in a strange way. And it looks like a new updraft has been established west of Nina View on the back end of this storm. So we could definitely see this storm try to get going again. We'll stay and watch it. Both those storms in Colorado look like they could be something to pay attention to. As it looks like our rotation near Waverly is pretty much donezo at this point. And we probably did not see any type of a tornado with this one. Yeah, most likely not. Definitely nothing that we could confirm via radar. So this tornado warning near that's headed towards Waverly is likely going to get lifted soon. No, Scott, I don't care what account you use. I just thought it was funny. I was like, wait a minute. Wasn't Scott Caseman the username you had earlier? But, okay, so the Waverly tornado warning polygon has not been lifted, but it has been shrunken down to no longer include Stony Creek, where this thing originally came from. You can see it getting cut down right here. The tornado threat is still there. It's just not, it doesn't look good to me. But again, we saw how fast this thing spun up earlier. I can pull a few more frames. I'll show it again. Got nothing else really to look at right this second. But we saw how quickly it went from nothing over here, just west of Stony Creek, to very quickly becoming something in just like 2 minutes. That's what these QLCS events do. And these QLCS tornadoes are very, very hard to predict. You have to be very timely with them, and they don't last long. So it's not a bad idea ever, really, to maintain warnings like this on QLCS tornadoes, as the storm may lose its rotation for a moment, but then immediately recycle and spit out a tornado pretty quickly. So it's sometimes worth it to keep those warnings live. And of course, I'm sure there's some storm spotters in. Okay, I guess no one who likes storms lives in this area of Virginia. So we have nobody out there. We'd have to have emergency management confirming this, or looking at it. We're going to jump over to Washington, Colorado really quickly and check in on our storm out here near Yuma. As yeah, it's still not very impressive. It kind of wants to get going. We'll stay on air a little longer and keep with it, but we're not going to stay here too terribly long. Down here near Nina View, it's definitely trying to reorganize. I mean, you can see the most faint signature at 5,000 feet of mid-level rotation, where you may have a new updraft established here. And so that right there would be your region of concern to eventually undergo tornado genesis, that westernmost portion of the storm, which would track kind of out in this direction-ish. That line's probably not super accurate, more something like this. So it'd be heading south of Nina View. Eventually towards like Hendricks or Utleyville. Maybe even towards Kim or Pritchett or Edler down here in southeast Colorado. And we'll jump back over to Virginia near Waverly, as good thing they kept that warning active, as things have tightened back up a little bit here. So we could definitely see a little tornado get spat out right out at the leading edge of this line here, which is pushing through Waverly, Wakefield, and eventually towards Dendron. So again, that is literally case in point of why it is sometimes very important to maintain these tornado warnings on QLCS events, even when the rotation has gone away for a couple of scans. Because QLCS events are so difficult to predict. What did I just hear? I know you guys couldn't hear that, but my computer like grunted at me. I don't know what that was. Wow. Okay. Staying out here in Virginia. Possibly two little areas of rotation. And both of those are going to be headed off towards Wakefield and Waverly. Perhaps just south of Waverly. Now, keep in mind that this whole thing is surrounded by a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, where 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible in a very widespread region throughout Virginia here. So that is what we are looking at. And yeah, down here near Waverly, definitely the possibility oh, never mind. Definitely the possibility of a little spin-up tornado here. We are getting too close to the radar. This is like the fourth time this has happened tonight, where a storm that has a tornado warning has gotten too close to the radar. and we start picking up interference and aren't able to effectively get a look at it. Weather Wisdom, I see you in the chat. Welcome back. How are you? We're getting close to wrapping things up here tonight, at least for our broadcast. The severe weather threat is not just going to completely vanish, especially not in the plains. Things will last another hour or so, maybe in the Colorado type of a region, maybe even into the Nebraska Panhandle and western Kansas. Okay. And that update you're seeing at the top of your screen right now is just this warning being condensed down a little bit, which we saw a second ago for the Waverly and Wakefield area. And yeah, we're basically too close to the radar at this point to have a good look at this guy. Unfortunately, that's just where we're at. No way to know if there's a tornado ongoing outside of emergency management, as we don't have any storm trackers in the area. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here. Let's go ahead and check in on Yuma. Okie dokie. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking super impressive in terms of trying to put down a tornado. Now, it is super impressive in terms of wind and whoa, let me do that. In terms of wind and hail, as you still have some very, very high values, high DBZ values getting returned at high elevations here. So these grays and silvers are pretty high up. I don't know what's going on in the background. Let me just close this. My goodness, it's like giving me a seizure. Okay, and then northwest of Cheyenne, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is for wind, 7-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A shower producing strong gusty winds. Yeah, so this is hardly a thunderstorm. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's more of a severe shower warning where you just have a bunch of wind. This happens a lot out in Wyoming, for the record, for those who don't know. Happens in Montana, Wyoming, Utah, sometimes other surrounding areas as well. Okie dokie. Here near Waverly. Again, we're still just so close to the radar, and it's hard to have a good picture on this. But the tornado threat appears to still be there, just south of Waverly. So near Wakefield and Waverly, still got a tornado threat for the time being. And once again, I'll point out that this is all encompassed by a large Boeing segment that is eventually going to continue to push through Virginia. And this one could be bringing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it. Yeah, we're pretty much right over the radar here. I mean, again, this is like the fourth time we've had a tornadic thunderstorm go directly over the radar unit tonight, which has made things really difficult. We also had the Pueblo radar just simply go down, like while there was a tornadic thunderstorm right next to it. It just went down, which is pretty typical of the Pueblo radar. It tends to go down a lot, unfortunately. And this cell out here near Cope, we've seen a lot of really big hail tonight in the Central Plains. And we're still seeing a lot of really big hail tonight out here in eastern Colorado. In southeast Colorado, we're still looking at this cell near Nineveh, which looked like it might have been trying to get a new updraft going. And in fact, it still does look like that. So a possible new updraft getting going near Nineveh, just west of Nineveh. South of La Junta, or La Junta. in Colorado. Southeast Colorado is where we're looking at. As there's our Yuma cell, and here is our, what was it? Nina something, Nina view. Our Nina view cell. So that's where we're at. And again, Surrey and Sussex County still in a tornado warning polygon for the time being, for Waverly and some surrounding areas like Wakefield. And we're just too close to the radar, unfortunately, to have a good picture on this guy. So we have no idea. If you're anywhere west of Waverly, you are safe from a tornado threat at this point. This tornado threat is kind of right along the highway that connects Waverly and Wakefield. I'm not sure what that highway is, but the tornado threat is right along there near Wakefield, just southeast of Waverly. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued way out ahead of our possible, or I mean our big hail producer, which is now in Cope and Kirk. This one is got 2.5-inch hail observed, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've had, yeah, as of 5 minutes ago, 2-inch hail was reported. So we do have up to tennis ball size hail coming out of this guy. So big time hail. If Reed Timmer was here right now, he'd say gorilla hail. So that's what we're looking at. Near Cope, Joes, and Kirk, headed south towards Siebert, Vona, Stratton, Bethune, Burlington, Vona. I may have already said Vona. An area I am familiar with, and many chasers are out here in eastern Colorado, but this storm is headed down that direction. So if you're in its path, definitely make sure that you are preparing for large to very large hail, strong winds, and possibly the chance for this thing to recycle and try to become tornadic again. Back to Virginia near Waverly, we are officially right over it. Literally, the rotation is on the radar unit. So, yeah, we got nothing. We got no way to get a picture on this guy. Literally no way, unfortunately. So, that being said, they're probably going to just allow this tornado warning to continue and naturally expire. That would make the most sense. There's no way to confirm nor deny that there is a tornado risk still present there. There's no way to know, unfortunately. But this one is right over Wakefield, just southeast of Waverly and just southwest of Dendron. So if you're anywhere in that general vicinity or out ahead of there, you want to make sure you're paying close attention to this one. Something interesting that we can see here on radar is you can see this blue line that I'm dragging out and covering in white there. And when you'll notice there's no precipitation right behind that, right? No precipitation, no real precipitation, like right adjacent to that line. But when we switch to our velocities here, you can see that line matches up perfectly, and it's just the outflow boundary of this line of thunderstorms. So that is along that line is where you have the risk for those land spouts or those little gustnadoes that spin up. So those are not tornadoes. They did not originate from a rotating mesocyclone, but they are damaging rotating columns of air. So they need to be taken seriously. So if you're in that area, those could be 60 mile per hour, maybe 50 or 40 mile per hour winds that'll hit you. They could kick up some dust as well. Could get a haboob type of situation that forms. Scott in the chat saying, I'm assuming the fine folks at the Wakefield National Weather Service office do not want to confirm the tornado by sticking their heads out the window. I would agree. I would certainly agree. I mean, it is right over their heads at this point. I see ST Win in the chat saying, hello, hello. Welcome to the chat. We'll take a final look out here towards Cope, Joes, and Kirk. Or not a final look, but another look. As things look like, I don't know. It's not impressive in terms of any kind of a tornado threat out here in eastern Colorado, northeastern Colorado. We are going to continue to watch it. We'll stay on air for probably another just about 10 minutes, and then we'll head out for the night. Seeing Knob Dog Games 3690 saying, hello from Illinois. Hello. Illinois is not far from me. I am based in St. Louis. We did just have a downstream severe thunderstorm warning put in place in southeast Colorado. This is the one that is headed towards Kim, as that possible updraft kind of looks to be non-existent anymore. And worth noting is that this extension here is just a standard severe thunderstorm warning. It has been downgraded from a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So things are expected to calm down a bit, at least in southeastern Colorado. Out here in northeastern Colorado, we're still watching this one pretty closely. Looks like some rotation could be trying to get going near Cope. If we did get a tornado with that, it would be pretty much rain wrapped. You'd maybe be able to see it from behind if any storm chasers are behind it. And it looks like some of them are trying to get that way. They're kind of core punching it right now to try and get over to there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. And then out in Virginia, right over Wakefield, we still have that tornado threat that exists, at least for the time being. Yeah, still a very big wind threat with this entire line of storms, regardless. And this is stretching all the way from North Carolina through Virginia. Tons of thunderstorms with big wind producing opportunity here. I mean, just all over the map. Here in the mid-Atlantic and along the East Coast. Here's a better look at these without looking at the velocities, but all sorts of wind producing threat out here in the mid-Atlantic. I'm just kind of drawing lines at this point, but plenty of wind threat going on out there. These storms are eventually going to move out over the Atlantic and begin to dissipate. And again, things are significantly lowering right now in terms of our risk for severe thunderstorms. We have about a minute left on this tornado warning, and it's going to go bye-bye. So we'll watch that one. And within minutes, we'll probably have no tornado warnings on the map, and then we'll stay with things for another 5 to 10 minutes to make sure nothing else is going to develop before we would make the decision to call it here. So we are looking at not the craziest night in the world, but we did see some tornado risk. I'm really intrigued by this really low level 300-foot tiny little possible circulation out here. I've been kind of watching the last couple of scans. That's something worth paying attention to. It is still in the tornado warning polygon, which is going to expire in 20 seconds. We'll take a quick look over in Colorado as we actually just had this upgraded to destructive here. I'm assuming that's for hail again. Could be wind. Could be tornado possible as well, like a possible embedded. That is for softball size hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Woo! You do not want to be in this storm. There are a couple folks trying to get out of it, it appears. And a lot of folks, like I said, heading north to try and get to the backside of it, core punching through this weaker area of the core over here. And they want to get into this area where they may have a view into the backside of the storm where there would potentially be a tornado. But our last tornado warning has just been lifted out in Virginia, so we have no tornado warnings on the map. We're going to stay on air for about 5 to 10 more minutes here and stay with this storm near Yuma and just make sure it doesn't do anything crazy. But it is now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with softball-sized hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts for areas like Joes and Kirk out here in Yuma County, Colorado. We are south of the town itself of Yuma. Yuma is up here. Ate at a Pizza Hut out there in Yuma right after a storm chase a couple of weeks ago, which was pretty random. As things start to calm down and come to a close here, again, like I said, we're going to stay on air another 5 minutes, maybe slightly more, and just make sure nothing happens that is unexpected. But I did want to thank everybody for choosing Will Bratton WX as your source for severe weather information as we get near the end of the broadcast. We're not quite there yet, but It means a lot to be able to provide weather information to as many folks as possible, reliable weather information without the fear-mongering slop that you may see sometimes. We're not about any of that here. As we did get a flash flood warning put up in West Virginia, that's an extension of these storms that have come through Kentucky and dropped all sorts of precip all the way through this area, now pushing into West Virginia. So I wanted to highlight that really quickly. So that's going to be for Logan and Mingo counties in West Virginia. In Kentucky, we have Martin, Pike, Breathitt, Estill, Lee, Jackson, and Rockcastle counties. Back to Yuma. Still just not very impressive, but there is something there. Where we could see this thing try to become tornadic again a little later on. Yeah, everybody is splitting up and making their bets here. If they want to look at the backside here or look for a possible redevelopment of new rotation to the southwest of the storm. It looks like a lot of folks are choosing the southernmost option, whereas a handful, including our friend Cameron Williams, have chose the northern option. There is no wrong answer here. It's a gamble, as it may turn into a splitting supercell. So the left splitter is typically going to be the weaker one, but that's just statistically anyway. Let's take another quick look out in Virginia at what's going on. As you can see, these winds blowing like crazy through areas like Ivor, headed towards the Isle of Wight, excuse me. Interesting. Yeah, still a very, very significant wind-producing event throughout the mid-Atlantic here. From North Carolina to Virginia, and then all the way up through Maryland and Delaware, which is beginning to kind of push off into the Atlantic now. So the threat up here in Delaware and Maryland is definitely much more limited at this point. But yeah, and then out in Jersey, we're still looking at a couple of thunderstorms that could bring some heavy rain and some lightning. Turn on lightning for a second here. Yeah, a little bit of a lightning risk going on for areas like Forked River or Ocean Gate, Waretown. Up here in eastern Jersey. Some more thunderstorms up near the New York City area as well. Some other storms up here moving through Connecticut. Nothing crazy, just some general precipitation up here in the Northeast. Some showers throughout Vermont and New Hampshire. All right, let's go back to Yuma, Colorado, where we still have softball-sized hail coming out of the sky, giant chunks of ice. And it looks like the rotation / tornado risk is still not very prevalent here in this storm, which is a good thing. We don't want rotation. We don't want tornadoes. We don't want people to get hurt. As we look back down, closer to Kim, Nineveh, Tunerville, Deora. Yeah, no rotating updraft with that storm anymore. Still a hail risk. This is a severe thunderstorm tagged with 1.25 inch hail. So $half size, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And still looking at this storm near Cope, Joes, and Kirk in Colorado for Washington, Kit Carson, and Yuma counties. This one's headed down to Siebert, Vona, Stratton, Bethune, Burlington, the whole area along the interstate there. And it's going to continue to push kind of to the south, southeast, mostly south. And we'll watch that one closely. Again, there's still a tornado risk on the backside of this if it can reestablish itself, as well as A new updraft could establish itself on the southwest portion of it as well. We saw a couple of attempts, at least it appeared, as there were a couple of attempts on radar for that, but right now it's just a giant mess. Nothing concerning with it right this second. That being said, we are probably going to go ahead and call the broadcast here as our severe weather risk is pretty much gone. To answer the question from a loft of the universe, there is no tornado warning active anywhere on the map right now. So in Virginia, that tornado warning is gone. We'll show Virginia really quick since we got a question for it. That tornado risk is, or a tornado warning is gone. The general tornado risk, it's still possible, especially in areas like Windsor, Isle of Wight, or Smithville, maybe even into Rushmere or Walters, Suffolk. In general, this is just a line of thunderstorms producing up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but a lot of straight line wind damage is possible through that area. Other than that, it's just precipitation and the possibility for any storm to produce a spin-up little landspout or gustnado, especially along its outflow boundary, which you can see pretty clearly on radar. Oops. There we go. Boom. So there you are. So that's what's going on in Virginia, but we're going to go ahead and probably call the broadcast here. I'll take one last look at Yuma and make sure I'm not missing anything. And like I said, there is a very slight bit of rotation in the middle of this thing, but it would be rain wrapped if we had anything. And I don't think it's really going to do anything. It still could put down a tornado. I just am not really a believer in it. So we're going to go ahead and call the broadcast there, but I wanted to thank everyone very much for watching tonight. Make sure you tune into our forecast over the next few days and our future broadcasts coming this week. So make sure you subscribe and have notifications turned on. Loft of the Universe saying, so if I live in Norfolk, Virginia, there could still be a tornado. Thank you for answering me so quickly. Of course, right now, no, there could not be a tornado right this minute. Where is Norfolk? I do not know where that is exactly. Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. Yeah, if you're out in Norfolk, it's possible that you could have a little spin up tornado come your way, but I'm not generally concerned about anything. It says, what do you suggest for me to keep track? I have a baby and I don't know how to keep up. The best way is to have multiple ways to receive alerts from the National Weather Service. So you'll get a tornado warning if one is coming. You'll hear tornado sirens if you have any in your region. You can also enable emergency notifications. Those are EAS notifications on your phone, especially if you have an iPhone. It's really easy to do. And your phone will beep at you like crazy if there's a possible tornado headed your way. And then you can also follow, if you use Twitter or X, you can follow the National Weather Service, your local office on there. The office local to you is going to be the Wakefield office, I believe. So you can find the National, I'll just show it. 1 second. NWS Wakefield, Virginia. Okay, this is their Twitter profile. So this is National Weather Service in Wakefield. You can see every single time that there is a new warning, they post something. Interesting. They do it in English and Spanish. That's cool. But yeah, you can see here's that severe thunderstorm warning, the special marine warnings. If we scroll down here, I'm sure we'll find that tornado warning from not terribly long ago. Yep, there it is. So there's your tornado warning. So if you want to stay up to date with them there, you can do that as well. And you can follow them and then turn on notifications for them as well. Whoa, didn't mean to do that. You can follow, yeah, and then you can hit this button to turn on notifications. So that's what you can do there in order to stay up to date with the severe weather in your area. You can also tune into folks like myself, but I always recommend focusing on the National Weather Service before you give your attention to any type of online type of meteorologist or any type of I don't want to say like content creator, but before you go to social media or anything like that, you should always be sticking up to date with your local National Weather Service office. They are the #1 provider of good and reliable information for all folks in the area. And here's that tornado warning polygon from earlier. This is not active anymore as we go forward in time. There it goes away. And we are seeing just the slightest bit of notching here near the Isle of Wight up here. So it's possible that we could see a little bit of tornadic development there as well. But it's not very likely. Again, it's possible. It's a non-zero chance. And if you do get a tornado from that, it's most likely going to be pretty weak. Lord of the Universe saying, I just like the live second by second aspect of live. No, I completely get that. There's completely understandable. And having someone do live analysis, especially, for example, you say you have a baby, or if you're taking care of your parents or whatever it may be, your siblings, a lot of times it can ease your mind to hear someone explain it rather than just seeing there's a warning active or whatever it may be, or just hearing tornado sirens. So it can bring a lot of peace of mind to hear someone talk about it. So I completely get it. Either way, you are going to be having some really strong winds headed your way, possibly up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts headed into Norfolk. As this line of thunderstorms continues to propagate towards the east-southeast. So yeah, hopefully that will answer your question there. You said, I'm super nervous. I left Texas to get away from tornadoes, and now they're here too. Yeah, see, that's the thing about the United States, man. They're everywhere. they don't, it's kind of hard to get away from them. Yeah, you can go up in the mountains, try and get away from them that way. Of course, they happen in the mountains, just way less frequently. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to get away from them. You could also go to to areas like Arizona that get them very, very infrequently. Out in the desert, or like Nevada, maybe Utah, they get them very infrequently. They get them just very infrequently. So here, actually, here's just some random. So this was a 2025 tornado density map from some news station that I'm just finding on the internet. But you can see like West Virginia in 2025 didn't get any tornadoes. They had a couple warnings today, though. Seattle typically doesn't get Washington doesn't get very many. Up in the extreme northeast, like in Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, they don't get very many either. So, but if you want to get away from them, you can see out west tends to be a lot safer. California is enormous and only has 38 per year. And especially on the west coast of California, you're not really going to see many tornadoes. But of course, there is an issue with moving to California, which is that you have to live in California, unfortunately. So no hate to all my California friends, but I would never live in California. It is way too expensive. So this notch storm, I'll go ahead and draw it. Draw a line for you. So the storm down here near the Isle of Wight is kind of headed off towards the Norfolk area. So it's going mostly east, but slightly southeast. We can play that propagation here and watch it go in that direction. So it's coming your way. Again, it's probably not going to produce a tornado. And if it does, it'll be pretty weak. It'll be just as strong for the most part as the straight line winds that are surrounding it. So nothing that you need to panic about or be too terribly concerned with. But just make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. I saw you followed the Wakefield, Virginia National Weather Service office, so that'll be helpful for you as well. And hopefully that'll help take care of you tonight. But I am going to end off the broadcast as I got to work tomorrow and I still have a lot more to do tonight. But I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Make sure you're following us on all platforms. Subscribe here and have notifications turned on so you don't miss any broadcast or forecast videos. We'll have another forecast video coming out on Wednesday. So not tomorrow, but the day after. And we may be going live numerous times this week. And we'll be preparing for what could be a pretty active weekend a pretty active week next week after this weekend, I believe. So, yep. But that's about it for the night. Thank you again for tuning in, and I hope everybody has a great rest of your night. Thanks, guys.